judge?
So Dr. Chi and Carolina.
Okay.
Yeah. So
How many presentations do we have total?
10, I believe.
Total 11. Yeah.
11? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I was just making a
First
little
session we have 5, and then right after break we have the second session we have 6. Yeah. The total is 11.
Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, I made a table, the Excel table. So Carolina, I can share with you. So in this way, we can easily calculate the results.
I just made one.
Oh, you just
Otherwise,
made
I
one?
would.
Okay.
No worries. Thank you, though.
That's good. That's good. Yeah. Because I know the students looking for the results, so I think you use Excel will make things quicker for them. Okay, good. But good.
Hey, Carolina, on another subject, Amit, I just sent you a copy of an email. Amit wanted our contact at ACC, and I sent him the lady's name that we had. Do you remember anything else about that?
No, that's literally it.
Yeah, well, anyway, we had a hard time establishing contact with ACC and both ACC and Houston Tillotson, but I sent him what we have. So anyway.
Okay. Oh, it's for a proposal.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, that's all we had.
Okay. All right. That's all I could find in the proposal. I recall going to the ACC website multiple times and looking for people and trying to contact them and sending emails, but in most cases, I got no response. I think from this lady, we did get a response. So, you know, at least she knows who we are.
That's nice.
When we were writing our UTC proposal, we were trying to give money to Austin Community College and Houston Tillotson. And
Yes.
had grand difficulty getting anybody there that would even talk to us at either place.
I guess no people really interested in doing research in the community.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They don't do research. And so, you know, research funding doesn't mean anything to them. And it's just a bother. So they never would contact us.
That's true. That's true.
But we did finally get a name at both places. So anyway, that's what we put in the proposal.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I think we have all the speakers for the first session ready here. Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
so
great.
A little fast. Maybe we can get started, huh?
Very good.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. So we're getting to the second day of our 5th annual CAMMSE Virtual Research Symposium here. So before we start, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize that education and workforce development is a critical component of what we do at CAMMSE. So I know that all CAMMSE partner institutions have been working extremely hard to attract, educate, and train future and existing transportation professionals with the know-how to undertake and implement innovative projects that were or been conducted. So along that line, I'm very glad to say that today we have 2 dedicated student presentation sessions in which we have a total of 11 students from all of our CAMMSE partner institutions that will make presentations. We will have 2 judges who will evaluate and rate each presentation, and based on the scores, and we will select and make an announcement of the top 6 student presentation awards. And later on, we will send gift cards to all the winners. So again, all sessions will offer professional development hours. So at this time, I would like to first recognize and introduce to you our 2 great judges. And then I will turn it over to the moderator of today's sessions. So the first judge is Dr. Yi Qi, who is a professor from TSU. Thank you, Dr. Qi, again.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and then the second judge is Miss Carolina Bomanis, who is a research engineer from UT Austin.
Good morning, everybody.
Thank you, Carolina, for your help. Now, without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Chengying, who is the moderator of the first session. Yeah, Chengying, the floor is all yours. Huh?
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm Chengying. Hello, everyone. I'm the first moderator of the first session today. And in this first session, we will have total of 5 students and to present their research project. Let's begin with our first presenter today, the Queen Park from the Yukon. And the topic is pedestrian signal compliance under concurrent and inclusive facing at traffic signal considering the geospatial factors. Hello, Queen. You can share your screen now.
Okay, sounds good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. All right. And can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Quinn Packer. As was previously said, my topic today is pedestrian signal compliance under concurrent and exclusive phasing at traffic signals considering geospatial factors. So first, let's start by talking about what the project motivation background is and why we're interested in this topic. Increasing walking as a main mode of transportation is an important objective in creating a more socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable city. However, it is important that there's equity in the safety of the different modes of transportation in order to achieve this sustainability. Previous studies have considered pedestrian behavior and intersection characteristics. However, it is believed that land use demographic information may provide insight on what influences pedestrian compliance. Pedestrian compliance is a measurement of safety used in this study and allows for an understanding of what factors do or do not make an intersection safe. The impact of land use in built environments on pedestrian safety has been a growing topic of interest. Some studies have utilized varying buffer sizes and surround crosswalk locations and land use categorizations, which showed an increase in pedestrian activity and collision in dense urban environments. Other studies have shown a positive correlation with poverty rates in pedestrian vehicle crashes. Traffic volumes have some conflicting results, with some studies claiming that an increase in vehicles and pedestrian traffic, as vehicle and pedestrian traffic increases, so does pedestrian compliance, while others have found an increase in compliance with a decrease in traffic. Varying results have also been found when analyzing concurrent and exclusive phasing. Most notably was the study by Ivan et al. In 2015, which found compliance decreases at intersections with exclusive phasing. It is important to note that this study included another definition of compliance labeled relaxed, which will be discussed later. This is just a quick history review. So with the boom of the automobile in the early 20th century, streets were widened, sidewalks were squeezed against buildings, and urban cores were dismantled. Pedestrians who were once able to roam the streets freely were now labeled jaywalkers and were considered vulnerable road users, and their overall safety was often neglected in favor of the automobile. The first documented crossing signal, similar to the walk/don't walk signal we know today, was introduced in 1938. However, creating a signal that was adequate in providing pedestrian safety proved to be more difficult than previously believed. The area in which pedestrian safety was impacted the most was urban cities such as Hartford, the city analyzed in this study. Today, American cities claim 82% of all pedestrian vehicle collisions. This implies that land use could be an influencing factor in pedestrian compliance to crossing signals. So here are the two definitions of the two types of crossing signals which will be analyzed in this study today. On the left, we have concurrent phasing. Concurrent phasing allows pedestrians to cross when they receive the walk signal and the parallel vehicle traffic receives a green light. On the right, we have exclusive phasing. Pedestrians are only permitted to cross when all vehicles receive a red light indication. Data for 152 crosswalks at 42 intersections was collected from 4 towns in Connecticut: Manchester, Hartford, West Hartford, and New Britain. Archived on-site pedestrian crossing behavior with signal compliance was also collected. Satellite imagery provided crosswalk characteristics, while ArcMap and especially Network Analyst was used to create 3 service area buffers of 1/2, 1/4, and 1/8 mile sizes. Using these buffers, we are able to calculate the land use density and poverty rate, as well as the weighted population density surrounding each crosswalk. So the first land use variable was the land cover density. A raster from the 2013 National Land Cover Database was used to calculate this. So to do this, the sum of each of the raster cells, 22, 23, and 24, were calculated for each of the buffer. And then the weighted population density was calculated using a table from the United States Census Bureau. This provided the tiger/line shape files, which were merged with table P1 that contained the total population and block IDs associated with the Hartford area. The last social and land use density variable, which was analyzed in the study, was poverty ratio. The idea of a poverty ratio was that it would capture the rate of people below the poverty line in relation to those above it. The sum of the weighted average of poverty rate for each intersection and corresponding buffer was also calculated. Next are a list of the discrete variables which were also considered in this study. These include the signal type, exclusive and concurrent, median presence, yes or no, speed limit 25, 30, 35, on-street parking, yes or no, crosswalk presence, yes or no, and weather, sunny, cloudy, or rainy. There is also sidewalk presence and day of the week. Next are the summary statistics for the 3 buffer sizes previously mentioned. Lastly are the continuous variables, which are non-buffer specific, and their transformations. First is the log odds of the pedestrian compliance, the response variable analyzed in this study. This will be explained shortly. Next, and then we have crossing distance, the square root of the average annual daily traffic, the log average pedestrian volume per hour, and the square root of the average vehicle volume per hour. Pedestrian compliance to crossing signals is a binary phenomenon. However, we were interested in the odds of a pedestrian complying to a given crosswalk location. Therefore, compliance is aggregated by each crosswalk location. This gives a percentage, which is then converted to the odds of a pedestrian being compliant with that given crosswalk signal. There are some locations in this study. A log linear transformation was also used to achieve a normal distribution of the data. And then, as with any statistical study that analyzes locations of close proximity, a spatial autocorrelation, namely local Moran's eye, was also used in this study with a 2,000-foot buffer surrounding each intersection location. So here we have the connectivity between the intersections that were within 2,000 feet of each other, the significance map, and the final results from the Moran's eye. So it is important to note that there was found to be no or little to no autocorrelation between each of the sites, as the Moran's I value is 0.014. A value of 0 indicates no autocorrelation present at all. Lastly, we needed to consider correlation between these variables. Some of the variables that were found to be correlated are speed limit in sidewalk, speed limit in parking, on-street parking and sidewalk, and weather and day of the week. Interaction variables were created accordingly. However, none were found to be significant in this study. Some of the crosswalk locations were found to feature all compliant or non-compliant behavior. This was interesting. However, it was found that some of these crosswalk locations did not feature adequate signaling and were not designed and did not have designated crossing locations at these intersections. This means that there probably wasn't a crosswalk for the pedestrian to use in the first place. However, crosswalk 63, located in West Hartford, Connecticut, proved to be an anomaly as it featured full signaling and a crosswalk. In order to accommodate for this crosswalk location, it was assigned a dummy variable used in the regression analysis. Next are the results from the 3 buffers previously mentioned. First, let's start with the half-mile buffer. Those that are highlighted in green mean that it increases the odds of pedestrian compliance, while red means it decreases the odds of pedestrian compliance with signal phasing. As we can see, crosswalk presence increases the odds of pedestrian compliance, while intersections with exclusive phasing decrease the odds of pedestrian compliance, as well as when high density land use cover increases, the odds of pedestrian compliance decreases, as well as when weighted population density increases, the odds of pedestrians being compliant also decreases. Those variables highlighted in orange, such as intersections 91, 92, 112, and 192, have characteristics which were unaccounted for by the regression analysis. Next is the 8th-mile buffer. Crosswalk presence increases the odds of pedestrian compliance, while intersections with exclusive phasing surrounded by high density land use cover decrease the odds of pedestrian compliance with signal phasing. Lastly was the 1/4-mile buffer. This buffer provided the best results as it encompasses the most amount of land use and demographic variables. It also holds an F value of 17.5 and adjusted R squared of 0.6322. This value means that 63% of the data can be explained using this model. As we can see, middle and low density land cover increases the odds of a pedestrian being compliant with signal phasing. Crosswalk presence also increases the odds of pedestrian compliance, while intersections with exclusive phasing surrounded by high density land cover area and areas of high weighted population density decrease the odds of pedestrian compliance. As previously mentioned, a study used a different definition of compliance to signal phasing. Under this definition, also referred to as relaxed compliance, those who cross exclusive phased intersections in accordance to or similar to how they would cross a concurrent phased intersection, meaning they crossed when the parallel vehicle traffic received a green light, were considered to be compliant with signal phasing. As we can see under this definition, it didn't perform as well as the strict model, but it was interesting to see the results. So as we can see, and as we can conclude from this study, high density land use area leads to less pedestrian compliance compared to mid density and low density land use area. This indicates that pedestrians are less likely to be compliant with signalized intersections located in urban environments. This was the location of most of the observations in this study. It is also apparent that as weighted population density goes up, pedestrians are less likely to be compliant. This can be due to the safety in numbers phenomenon. Pedestrians are also more likely to be compliant when the crossing signal is concurrent. This may be because the crossing task is more complex. Although the relaxed model is not as accurate as the strict model, signal phasing is a major influence on compliance, which may be due to the wait time or where the signal is located. The quarter-mile buffer providing the best results because it served as a proxy for how many characteristics of within a walking distance of an intersection. This falls in line with the same results from Miranda Marino in 2011, which found their quarter-mile buffer to be the best in analyzing pedestrian vehicle crashes. So some new data was attempted to be introduced to this model. However, it was inconsistent with few observations and limited variables. Signal type is one of the most significant variables. However, there is reason to believe a wait time variable should be included to better represent this data. This data is also quite old as it was collected in the summer more than 8 years ago. This means it may potentially miss many factors which influence pedestrian behavior, namely varying weather patterns and temperature, because it was taken in Connecticut. So I like to believe that if it was taken during the winter, pedestrian behavior would be quite different. And then some of the variables which may be introduced to better encapsulate demographics and improve the model formulation include an income variable, an education variable, vehicle ownership, and a survey which includes the main mode of transportation and willingness to walk to their destination. These are my references. And then does anybody have any questions?
Just make a comment. I think your results indicating that exclusive signal phasing is associated with less compliance is very interesting, because exclusive signal phasing, otherwise known as the pedestrian scramble phase, was added to a number of intersections around our campus a long time ago. And the reason the city did it was to improve compliance.
I know. Yeah, Connecticut was in a similar boat. It was all about exclusive phasing until I think 2 years ago. And then they found that it doesn't help much.
That's interesting. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, any other question? Okay, if I have no questions, thanks, Green Park again, and then we will move on to our second speaker. The second speaker is myself. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Chengying. I'm from the UNC Charlotte, and my advisor is Dr. Wei Fan, and my research project is about the freeway traffic speed prediction based on deep learning method in the intelligent driving environment. And with the increasing number of the vehicles, the traffic congestions bring many mobility challenges to the current transportation system. Fortunately, with development of the intelligent transportation system and the deployment of the AI technology, and these issues can be greatly alleviated. For the intelligent vehicles to perform effectively and improve the mobility in the ITS, the real-time prediction of the traffic speed is very important, and accurate speed prediction can help the drivers and provide more useful information in advance. And short-term forecasting has paid more and more attention nowadays. Comparing with the traditional predictions models, it has encountered many limitations, such as the complex, the dynamic, spatial, and temporal dependency inherent in the traffic data. So based on the background information, the first objective of this study is to improve the traffic speed prediction accuracy, and then investigate the temporal features for different time dimensions on the various traffic loads using the emergence technology, the deep learning method by the ground truth data. And tomorrow is the intelligent driving behaviors. And this study also established simulation environment based on the traditional cafe model. And last is compare the traditional simulation-based scaffolding model with the two deep learning methods in terms of multiple evaluation metrics. According to the existing literature, it shows that the traffic prediction task has shifted from the statistical models such as time series, known as the historical average and ARIMA, to the adaptive machine learning methods. And the machine learning method can be divided into the non-parametric method and parametric methods. Generally, we think that the non-parametric methods outperform than the parametric methods because as they can handle the stochastic and nonlinear programs. And however, the shallow machine learning method may not work very well, especially when the forecasting horizon increase. So the deep learning method was put forward, and it can explore the deep relationship inherent in the traffic data. And before I introduce the two deep learning methods I used, I want to define the traffic prediction task. First, the traffic speed prediction is actually an aggregation issue and related to the time series data. It uses the observed traffic speed to predict the upcoming average traffic speed at time the t plus delta. The delta is the horizon size. And comparing with the traditional prediction models, the deep learning method do not have any assumptions. As a type of the artificial neural network inspired human neurons, it can explore the deep relationship inherent in the traffic data by extracting the features. And this is the two deep learning methods I used in this study. For the supervised learning, I used the recurrent network. It works very well with sequential and time series data by using a memory element, but it encounters the problem of the vanishing gradient. So in the 1997, the long short-term memory LSTM was put forward to solve this problem, and it was first used in the traffic prediction area in the 2015. It has proved that it's performed better than the traditional recurrent neural network due to the flexible memory pattern for longer durations. In this study, I used a variant of the LSTM. It's called the gated recurrent unit. It was GRU. It was put forward in the 2014. And the difference from the LSTM and the GRU is that the GRU do not have any memory block. So it is more efficient and simple, but without reducing the performance compared to the LSTM. And this figure is the structure of the GRU. For the unsupervised learning, I use is autoencoder. The autoencoder contains the two important components. The first encoder is used to comprise to the input, and another is a decoder. It's used to extract it. And in this study, I used is a variant of the autoencoder is the stacked autoencoder SAEs. The SAEs by stacking the numerous AEs into hidden layers using the greedy layer-wise algorithm. And the mechanism of it is by each AE receiving the bottleneck activation vectors output from the lower layers and use the output from the lower layers as the input for the following layer. And this figure shows the structure of the stacked autoencoder. And apart from these two deep learning methods, another way to predict traffic speed is simulation-based models. As we know, it's very costly to conduct in a real intelligent driving environment due to the specialized infrastructure and the robust algorithms. So this study used a simulation-based way by an intelligent driving model, the IDM. The IDM model is a widely used coupling model and can be implemented in the simulator. In this study, used the Sumo. It generates more realism than most deterministic models. And the following is the expression of the IDM model. And the mechanism IDM model is simple and intuitive. It just compares the object vehicle's desired velocity to its real velocity as well as the desired highway to its true highway, and then to decide the vehicle's acceleration rate. The data source of this study is from the CAMMSE database, a very well-known database, and the data is collected every 30 seconds and aggregated at 5-minute interval for each detector station. Considering the different each time series data have different track pattern, so this study used the data collected by a single sensor, and the prediction task in this study is to predict select the previous 1 hour average track speed, which is actually a time sequence of 12 data points, because it was aggregated 5 minutes intervals to predict the upcoming average track speed in the next 5 minutes. The data was selected from the March 1st to the April 29th on the weekdays of the 2022, considering the periodicity inheriting the track data. The first 33 days are used to train the model, and the last 11 days are used to test the prediction accuracy. In the left figure, it is the study area. It's a mainland segment of the IIT Fairway eastbound, located in the Berkeley area. It's a two-way road with 5 lanes in each direction. And to compare the result, the performance for the different prediction models, and this study used a series of evaluation metrics: the MAE, MAPE, MSE, RMSE, and R-square. And the previous 4 metrics, the lower of this value means the higher of accuracy. And from the table, we can see that no matter the supervised learning method represented by GRU or the unsupervised algorithm represented by the SAEs, and both of them outperforms than the IDM because it has lower value. And from the R-square value, we can see that all the models show that good fitting, and there was not too much difference between these 2 deep learning methods. And furthermore, this study also investigated the temporal features by the time of day. It was divided into 3 categories: the low traffic loads, the transition state, and the heavy traffic loads by the volume of the traffic flow with the dashed blue line. For the low traffic loads, we can see that before the congestion, all model match well with the real value. But after the congestions, we found that the IDM model cannot revert to its previous prediction accuracy, but the 2 deep learning methods can still maintain the high accuracy. For the transition state, we can see that during the build-up congestion and the dissipating of the congestions, the IDM model also referred to the deep learning method, and the IDM model still cannot rebound to its previous accuracy in the dissipation of the congestion. For the heavy traffic loads, it was divided into the short-term fully congestion and the long-term fully congestion according to the congestion, the time of congestion. And for the short-term fully congestion, we can find that all the models have different degrees of bias compared to the real value. But for the long-term fully congestions, we can find that there was not too much difference according to this model. These studies also explore the speed distribution according to the heat map, and there were 2 notable findings. The first finding is that from the 10 p.m. to the 10:05, there was a very short certain delay. Here it's maybe not very obvious, but we can still find that is a certain delay for the both of the 2 deep learning methods. But this phenomenon does not exist in the IDM model. So we think that the IDM model can detect the build-up congestion earlier than the deep learning methods, and this phenomenon can continue until the congestion dissipated at 6 p.m. And another finding is that about 30 minutes after the congestions, and all the model have about 5 minutes time lag. But in the dark blue area, it shows that no matter the supervised, unsupervised, the deep learning method, this method can recover faster than the ideal model. So it's hard to say which model is better because different model have different advantages and disadvantages. So it's just used to analyze the temporal features. And the future work can be focused on adding more hand engineering factors such as weather conditions, the accidents or the events, and other traffic flow parameters to improve the prediction accuracy. And more spatial dependency can be captured by using the GCN network. Because this study only focuses on the temporal dependency, if we investigate the spatial dependency, we maybe can get better performance. And another work is to introduce the lane change model. In this study, you see the default lane change model in the Sumo. If we use more advanced lane change model to describe the intelligent driving behavior, the performance may also be improved. And that last question is about the transferability problem. And because we know the different model depends on distinct data site selected and the features inherent in the trap data. So in the futures, an adaptive model framework should be promoted to solve this problem. So that is my presentation, and questions and comments are welcome.
Just a comment, very nice work. We're very well done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay, if I have no questions, I will stop share and move on to our third presenter today is Saki Rizwana from the UNC, and the topic is a modified social force model for the pedestrian behavior in the presence of the autonomous vehicles. Hi, Saki. You can now share your screen.
Hello. Can you see my screen, everyone?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for joining my presentation. I'm Saki Rizwana. I'm a PhD candidate from Civil and Environmental Engineering Department, UConn. I'm working under Dr. Nick Lowndes. And the topic for this presentation is titled as a modified social force model for the pedestrian behavior with connected and autonomous vehicle. Before going directly to the topic, I want to put some lights on why we are doing this study. Like, our existing models are only focused on the pedestrian behavior with human-driven vehicle, or how a pedestrian behaves when they're on the roadway, maybe on the sidewalk, or walking any of the places on a roadway. But in these models, we never looked at how these pedestrians will behave when they have an interaction with autonomous vehicle and connected autonomous vehicle on the road. So this modified model will create an pedestrian stream model while pedestrians interacting with CAB. So my core research question for this study is if there is any repulsive behavior of pedestrians as occurs while they interact with the connected and autonomous vehicles. So Before going to the social force model, I want to explain the pedestrian stream models. There are two types of pedestrian stream models. One is microscopic model and another is macroscopic model. Microscopic model treats each pedestrian as an individual agent and occupying a certain time of space, while macroscopic model are focused on macroscopic quantities of pedestrian, such as the density, flow characteristics, this kind of things. I'm sorry. This traditional approach assumes that the crowd will made up as identical or homogeneous element, unthinking element like a fluid or gas. But this is really illogical in our real world, and especially considering when the human behavior will behave when they are in a crowd and when they are in a panic situation. You can see some kind of irrational behavior on a roadway in the intersection in this figure, that a group of pedestrians is behaving so irrationally. They are not on the crosswalk, they are outside of the crosswalk. So this is the actual scenario we can see in the real world. So Mr. Herbing and Molnar, they dealt with this particular problem through the social force model. I will explain the social force model in detail in our next slide. So for the social force model, this recognizes that the crowd is made up of individuals who possess the and who has the ability to think and react to the events around them. And the model is developed in early 90s. So you can think around even that time, they came up with the idea, yes, it will not be a fluid-like element. So the basic assumption for this model is when there will be a danger will lead a pedestrian to act irrationally unless there is a presence of strong positive social influence. So even this model can capture the effect of neighboring pedestrians and capture the surrounding environment and the movement of individuals in the crowd and without the crowd. A social force model consists of 4 different forces. I will go into each forces in detail in my following slides. So at first, this is my personal desire related driving force. In this model, it is assumed that every pedestrian has a desire to reach its destination. This desire creates a personal desire related force, which we call personal desire related driving force. For example, you can see a person who is waiting at point A. Because of his desire, he will move from point A to point B, and his desire will keep him in a direction from point A to point B. And sometimes this direction changes. How it changes, I will show it in next slides. So the next force is pedestrian related, other pedestrians who are on the crosswalk, the pedestrian related repulsive force. A pedestrian typically feels increasingly uncomfortable if he gets too closer to a strange person. This results in a repulsive effect for the other pedestrians. For example, you can see here that I have a pedestrian alpha here, and when he see this another pedestrian beta, then there will be some divergent behavior or kind of slow down on its movement. So these force refer to the pedestrian related repulsive force. And this is my third force, which is stationary object related repulsive force. A pedestrian always try to keep a certain distance from the border, like if it is in a building or in a wall or street. Actually, this model is made for the in general pedestrian behavior, not in the crosswalk. So on that case, this stationary object related repulsive force is important. So in the figure, you can see that when a person alpha is moving from point A to point B, when he see a object B or an obstacle on his pathway, this again diverts its direction and diverts its path. So this force, we call it stationary object related repulsive force. And the next one is the attraction related repulsive force. Pedestrians sometimes can get attracted by other person or object when they are on the roadway. If, for example, if you can see your friend on your road, on your pathway, you can stop, and that one, your friend can attract you and can change your direction of your path. Or any kind of street art, or you can see a street artist, you can divert your path and you can you want to go to them. So in the figure, you can see a person is moving from point A to point B, then he just sees his friend, then he just stops and stop there in the crosswalk and start talking with him. So this is another force. So here's the rationale. Why do we need a modified social force model? We already have a model, but a modified social force model is needed because of the current behavior of the pedestrian while they are on the roadway. So pedestrians typically make eye contact, hand gesture, body movement, or different kind of communication when they are on the crosswalk and when they are seeing a driver is coming towards them. So they do this kind of behavior. So in various studies shown that they try to understand the pedestrian behavior while there is no driver to interact with a CAV, with a fully autonomous vehicle, with a level 4 autonomous vehicle. But they have seen when it is a fully autonomous vehicle or a connected autonomous vehicle, it changes its pedestrians' behavior. They feel kind of shaky, they feel kind of anxious or concerned when they're in front of a vehicle when there is no driver to interact. So here's from that idea, we come up with a solution that we need a new pedestrian stream model which can talk about when there is no driver to interact. The first three forces, we took it from the original social force model, and I will talk about these last two forces, the force from the crosswalk boundary and force for the CAV related repulsive force in the crosswalk. And I did this, we did this study for design for the signalized intersection. So in our case, we think that there will be no stationary object or no obstacle in our roadway from point A to point B. So we may we kind of remove that one for our modified social force model. So this is the force for the crosswalk boundary, how it works. We typically, a pedestrian when moving from point A to point B, from let's talk about from point A to point B, then our pedestrians have the tendency to keep inside and keep in the boundary of the crosswalk. In the first figure, you can see it here that there is a velocity component VAX here. There is a velocity component towards the crosswalk boundary. The direction is towards the crosswalk boundary. And so there is a repulsive force, this repulsive force from the crosswalk boundary. So this repulsive force makes, because the pedestrian wants to keep a certain distance from the boundary. So when there is a large density of pedestrians, when there is a crowd, so then this idea coming up that because of the repulsive forces from other pedestrian, a pedestrian wants to keep a safe distance from other pedestrian, and sometimes it happens that pedestrian is go outside of the boundary, and that time they wants to go back to the crosswalk boundary. Because of that one, you can see there is an attractive force towards the crosswalk boundary. So if a pedestrian is inside the crosswalk, then there will be a repulsive force from the crosswalk boundary. If a pedestrian is outside the crosswalk, then there will be an attractive force towards the boundary. So this is our repulsive force for the CAV. When we have no driver in the vehicle, this is a completely new concept. So based on the previous research, it is expected a self-driving vehicle will supposed to create a repulsive panic force for the pedestrian in a crosswalk. So in this slide, I want to go detail for the CAV related forces. So you can see in this figure that we have this repulsive force related force field, and this when a pedestrian is here, and if this is the distance, this is the shortest distance, this RZ, and so a pedestrian with always try to keep a safe distance or keep a longer distance from this force field, and it will be always a pedestrian's idea to don't go towards this force field, and they will be hesitant to go into this area. So there will be a repulsive force from here. They will try to keep in this area, and for this force field, our CAV, we took that for our radius of the CAV. If you have any question, I can talk about in detail for the equations. For the time constraints, I'm going to the next one. So for our adaptive social force model, then I will go over the simulation experiment, and for this one, in this research, we did our simulation environment using the data analysis and everything in the weather interface. So the steps, this is the first step, data and scenario decision making, and then we develop a topology. In the topology, we had to design our crosswalk, we had to design our pedestrian, number of pedestrian, our roadway, pedestrian crossing, vehicle, and this kind of thing. And then we try to find, we try to do our simulation in whether it's UI, and then we did our analysis and find how the pedestrian behavior changes with the repulsive forces and with the repulsive strength because of the repulsive forces because of the CAV. So this is my interface, weather interface in the simulation side. So you can see here in this topology, you can see every pedestrian has a starting and ending point. And there is a starting point for each of the pedestrian on this side, and each of the pedestrian will have a tendency to move from here to here. Is the starting point for northbound and southbound. And these blue dots are for the pedestrians, and you can see the direction of the pedestrians by this arrow. They are coming from, if they're the arrow is from that side, then they are coming from point A to point B, and vice versa. And these gray boxes are my vehicles, and for our analysis, we took all of the vehicles will be fully autonomous vehicle. And from here, you can see these are my pedestrians walking trail from point A to point B. So For the assumption, and we took this, we took some assumptions. The first one was pedestrian crossing will be only on the red phase, and we will consider the pedestrian will interact only with the CAV. No, we didn't take the human driver. Actually, we took the human driver, but in a different way. I will explain that on our results section. But there will be no external obstacle on our crosswalk, and there will be no attraction point near the pedestrian crossing. So there will be no attraction forces because of its friends or other pedestrian. And the force exerted by the boundary crosswalk is not also counted for the simulation purposes. And these are my parameters. This is how I took my parameters, and the number of pedestrian for the north end is 15, number of pedestrian for the south end it's 10, and for the repulsive strength we took the idea from 0.1 to 0.6, and our pedestrian density weight was 2.1. If we want, we can change that. We can increase the pedestrian weight density, and we can decrease that, and obstacle density weight was 10. So this is coming my results. So when we have a familiar object on the roadway, human like including our human driven vehicle, and then a minimum default repulsive strength, we can tell that if it is 0, or when it is when they are interact with a human driven vehicle, then it will be 0.1. So you can see when the repulsive strength is 0.1, it's a kind of a straight line diagram, a straight line trajectory from point A to point B. But when there is a human driven vehicle, but let's say if the vehicle is moving in more than the posted speed limit, if my posted speed limit is 25 and the vehicle is coming at a direction with 40 miles per hour, so definitely there will be a chaotic movement. So then we tried out with CAV. So with CAV, we have found that when our repulsive strength is 0.4, there is a chaotic movement. There is a chaotic movement. You can see that all of them are kind of squeezed, and all of them are squeezed within the crosswalk and moving from point A to point B. And when it is 0.6, you can even see some oscillation. You can see some overlapping from and going from point A to point B. So you can we can see the changes of the trajectory for each of the cases when we have this human-driven vehicle, when we have the human-driven vehicle with high speed limit, when we have a CAV with posted speed limit, and when we have a CAV with a higher speed limit. So this is the way how it changes from our diagram from point A to point D. So these are my results. In the results, we can tell the modified model examines the effect of pedestrian and AV interaction through the several scenario analysis in the signalized crosswalk, and found the repulsive behavior and found the changes, how it changes, and you can tell that yes, there will be a chaotic movement, and this chaotic movement will definitely create a difference within our travel mode, within our traffic operation, and within our traveling pattern of the pedestrian. If there is more chaotic movement on the roadway, maybe a pedestrian may think, no, I'm not gonna walk. I may take a Uber, or I may take a bus instead of walking. So this will change our transportation. This will change our transportation planning perspective. And again, you can tell that still a person is moving from point A to point B. So what's the issue? Maybe if not all of the pedestrians will be impacted, but some of them will. So this some of the pedestrians' trajectory will change our idea of moving. So This study it have several contributions on the real world. This study examines the effect of the pedestrian's knowledge when CAV on the picture, and this can establish a relationship between CAV and pedestrian behavior. And this most important thing is this reveals a significant outcome of CAV and pedestrians' emotional state and their psychophysiological behavior. And this is a great insight of future transportation planning. And for our future work, we are making a VR simulation in the VR lab. We are gonna test the actual participant, and we are gonna compare the actual participant trajectory in the weather software, and then we will compare how that works. These are my references, and I'm open for any question. Thank you.
Okay, Sagi, this is the IKEA. Very nice presentation. I enjoyed. So I think you did a good job of presenting your work, but I have questions regarding your assumption. In your experimental or in your simulation, you assume the repulsive strength for the CAV is stronger than the human driving car. I just want to know why you make this kind of assumption. The reason I'm asking this question is we have the CAV test in our campus for about half a year. What we observed when people around the CAV, they will not yield CAV because they feel the CAV will yield to them because CAV have all the sensors. So they was continually block the way of our CAV, and where CV was moved really slow in our campus because no people yield to it. So I just wonder why the CAV, why you kind of assume the CAV will cause more repulsive strength than the human driving car.
Okay, giving you the first portion that in your campus, maybe the students who are passes the point in front of a CAV, then they already know that there is a CAV, and they already know, they have that knowledge that yes, this AV will stop for me, AV will yield. But in the real world, when you will see a CAV and a human-driven vehicle, both of them on a crosswalk, then if just think about my mom. My mom is an elder person, and who doesn't know about CAV, right? Then she might not panic when she is in front of a human-driven vehicle, but she will panic when she is in front of a CAV. And again, going back to the campus CAV, and actually you can tell that yes, after when CAV will be on the roadway, maybe by 2040, then by 2050, this repulsive behavior may change. But we have to think about these 10 years changes of travel planning, changes of travel modes, travel pattern, and working trajectory, right? Because this is important, because this changing of if a pedestrian is stopped by seeing a CAV on the crosswalk, then this may impact a delay for other vehicles, right? A human-driven vehicle, a CAV. So we need this. We need to know that yes, there is a repulsion, and because of that repulsion, what we can do.
Okay, very good. Just my question. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, if I have no questions, let's thank Saki again, and move on our fourth presenter, the Tianjia from the UNC Charlotte, and the topic is the evaluation of transit signal priority at signalized intersection under connected vehicle environment. You can now share the screen, Tianjia.
Sharing my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Tianjia. I'm a PhD student from University of North Carolina at Charlotte. My advisor is Dr. Wei Fan. The topic I want to present today is evaluation of transit signal priority at synchronized intersections under connected vehicle environment. Transit priority, as we all know, can provide high quality transit service to the public, and which can greatly help in developing a more sustainable, equitable, and efficient urban transportation system. And among those transit priority strategies, transit signal priority is an essential operational strategy that can be applied to improve the performance of transit vehicles on the road. But we know that this control strategy can cause adverse effects on the conflicting traffic, which limits its widespread adoption. Nowadays, nowadays CV technology is evolving at a very high speed, and the development of CV technology will boost the advancement of TSP control strategy, because with the accurate position of transit vehicle, TSP control algorithm can be improved significantly, and with rich traffic data provided by CVs, some data-driven approach can be integrated into TSP control strategies. And in this study, first I built four simulation environments, use different control strategies. First, I built optimized transit signal priority under the CV environment, and the optimized algorithm I used in here is genetic algorithm with elite selection. And the next three control strategy I used the fully actuated signal control, but some of them will consider the transit signal priority and some are not, and the details will be present in the following slides. And then I evaluate the traffic performance of selected control strategy under considering different traffic demand, market penetration rates, bus occupancy, bus arrival frequency. First, I'd like to introduce the environment map, which is optimized signal control with TSP using genetic algorithm. The decision variables used in the GA algorithm is the duration of green time for each phase. The phase program I used in the optimization progress is stage-based phase, which are 4 phases. So the decision variable are 4, and the minimum green time is 6 seconds for left turn and 12 seconds for through phase. And maximal green time is 20 seconds for left turn and 34 seconds for through phase. So the cycle length is not fixed. It's ranges from 14.6 seconds to 136. The buses in this scenario, in this environment, are connected vehicles, and the market penetration rates for connected vehicles for the regular cars varies depend on the specific scenarios. The objective function used in the optimization process is to minimize the total person delay. I choose this as the objective function is because it can reduce adverse impacts while providing some kind of transit priority. And the total person delay is simply calculated. It's very simple. It's just calculate the cumulative value of the vehicle delay times passenger occupancy. The control logic for this optimizer for this environment is as follows. I use the half cycle length as the control horizon because I want to capture vehicle trajectory data as comprehensively as possible during the control process. optimizer and the control process is triggered at every half cycle ends, and then I use track I to obtain all the needed traffic data, and then pass it into the GA optimizer. During the GA optimizer will provide a solution that is optimal or suboptimal, and then during the next half cycle, the single timing will depend on the GA optimizer, the solution come from the GA optimizer. And this process is iterated every half cycle until the end of the simulation experiment. As for the environment 2, 3, and 4, they are all both fully actuated singular control, and the NEMA phase, which is widely used in North American, is adopted in this environment. For the environment 2, which is the baseline, I just used the NEMA phase program, and the bus and the cars are all HDVs, and there's no transit signal priority. And for the environment 3, I used the conventional fixed detector to sense the arrival of the bus, and the detectors are placed 100 meters before the stop line. And for the environment 4, the buses are CVs, and there's no conventional fixed detector. And when the bus approaches the intersection within 100 meters, then the signal will be switched, and the signal change, the signal change logic is when the detector senses the arrival of the bus, the green phase at the current time turns yellow and then red, and at the same time, the corresponding phase turns green. And the yellow time is 3 seconds, and the red clearance time is 2 seconds. I use intersection. I use a real-world 4 approach intersection located in Charlotte, North Carolina, as the test intersection. And intelligent driving model is used for both CVs and human driving vehicles. The passenger occupancy of the car is set to be 1.5 passenger per vehicles, and the bus occupancy is also set to be constant in the same scenario, but varies depending on the different scenario settings. Each scenario runs 20 times, and each run is 1 hour with a time step of 0.1 second. We can I used the 2 kind of traffic volume, which are the peak hour traffic volume and the off-peak traffic volume. This volume I obtained from the Charlotte DOT, and is the real-world volume. So we can see that the traffic volume for different turning movement is not balanced. Let's come to the result. First, first is the average delay in major scenarios. And the major scenarios are as the environment I have presented before, and the bus occupancy is 3 passengers per vehicles, and the bus arrival frequency is 5 minutes for those scenarios. And first, let me see the table 2, and we can see that the TSP-GA, which is used the GA optimizer performance, and the performance of this control strategy is better than the for the bus delay. Its performance better than that NTSP. But when it compared to the ATSP and ATSP-CV, the bus delay, the performance of bus delay is not good enough. And if we just compare the ATSP and ATSP-CV, which is use traditional conventional fixed detector or use CV to detect the bus arrival, we can see that the CV technology offers a better performance than just use the conventional fixed detector to sense the bus arrival. And if we look deeper, the figure shown in the right indicates that the average car delays of each traveler direction for these 4 major scenarios, and we can see that the ATSP and ATSP-CV increase the car delays for the almost every conflicting turning movement. But for the TSP-GA scenarios, compared to the baseline, we can see that average car delay are reduced for in most direction, except for the northbound left turn. And if we, I have investigated the reason, and because this is because that the northbound left turn, the traffic volume in the northbound left turn is much higher. It's almost twice than the southbound left turn. And in this GA optimizer, the northbound left turn and southbound left turn share the same phase, and which cannot be balanced in this optimizer. So another conclusion can be drawn in this result is that the NEMO phase program is more flexible and more efficient under unbalanced traffic demand conditions. And then I investigate the average delay in mixed traffic scenarios. And 5 scenarios are designed for each of the peak hour and off-peak hour demand condition in TSP-GA environment. The penetration rate ranging from 20% to 100% at an interval of 20%, and other scenario settings are the same as the major scenarios. And we can see that as the market penetration rates increase, the average delay for both buses and cars are decreased in both off-peak and peak hours. And during the peak hour, even with the market penetration rates as low as 20%, the average bus delay is less than baseline. And during the off-peak hours, this market penetration rate requires more, which is then it requires more than 14%. The average bus delay is less than baseline. So the results suggest that the GM optimizer can provide priority to buses at low market penetration rates and can be more efficient in high traffic demand conditions. Then I have done some sensitivity analysis. First is the bus occupancy. I changed the bus occupancy to from 1 to 17 passengers per vehicle, and from the result we can see that during the off-peak hour, as the occupancy bus occupancy increases, the average bus delay decreases, and we can see the trend here. And during the peak hour, the GA optimizer is not sensitivity to the bus occupancy after it is greater than 10 passengers per vehicle. And one possible explanation is that I think in high traffic demand conditions, there's not much room to reduce bus delay while providing some decent service to conflicting traffic. The next is bus arrival frequency. The bus arrival frequency are ranging from 2 minutes to 50 minutes, and we can see that as the bus arrival frequency decrease, the average delay for both buses and the cars decreases, and the reduction in the average bus delay is much larger than the average car delay. This because the number of cars in the calculated in one scenarios is much larger compared to the number of bus, and So the change in frequency of bus arrival has a small impact on the average car delay. This work is really a basic work, and in the future, I think the research can be extended from the following directions. And first, I can consider more comprehensive traffic conditions, for example, multiple transit priority request condition or oversaturated traffic conditions. And another direction is to expand study area to corridors and even entire networks. From the result, we can see that the optimized TSP under CV environment didn't gain advantage compared to the fully actuated control strategy. And when the study area expand to the corridors or network, I think things may change significantly. And the last direction is I can use more sophisticated control algorithms, such as the reinforcement learning algorithms. And this is a hot topic nowadays. So thank you. Any comments and questions are welcome.
Yes, I have a question. I think the very interesting research. Okay, one question I want to know, when you consider the bus, transit signal priority, you need to separate the traffic on the bus route and the traffic on the cross street, because if the traffic was on the bus route, bus transit priority will help the traffic in that route to move more quickly. But in the meanwhile, the bus on the cross street will will have more delay. So if you separate the traffic with the, you indicate where the bus route and separate the traffic around the bus route and the traffic outside cross street, you will have more idea what is the impacts of the transit signal priority on the overall traffic. So that's just my comments. When you do show your results or show your sensitivity analysis, it's better to separate the traffic.
Okay, thank you for comment. And maybe I forgot to introduce that the bus routes in my scenarios are just northbound and southbound, so they share the same phases in my scenarios.
Okay, so your bus route is north and southbound, right?
Yes,
so you need,
just southbound. Yes.
So you need to show the delay and all these measurements for the north and the south. You also show that for east and the westbound traffic. So in this way, you change the bus frequency, you will see the north and the southbound traffic actually improved with the frequency of bus increase.
Yeah.
But
yes.
meanwhile, the east and the westbound should suffer because they are continue to be disrupted. They continue have to stop at the intersection. So that's my general comments.
Oh, okay.
The bus
Okay,
yeah. Okay.
Yes,
good.
thank you. I have observed this phenomenon, but I didn't show it in the result. Thank you for your suggestion.
Okay, good. You are very welcome. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, if you have any other questions, let's thank Tianjia again and move on our last speaker in the first session, the schools marching from the UCount, and the topic is analysis of the impact of the autonomous vehicle on private household vehicle ownership in the state of Connecticut. Hi, Suresh. You can share screen now.
Thank you. Right. Am I sharing my screen?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Shruti Mantri. I'm a PhD candidate at University of Connecticut, and I work with Dr. Nicholas Lowndes. And today my topic is the impact of autonomous vehicles on private vehicle ownership in the state of Connecticut. So today I will go through the overview and the existing literature on my on this study and the motivation why to do it in Connecticut, and the data and the methodology that I used in the study and the results. So overview. So in this study, the major point is if the since autonomous vehicles, we all know that the autonomous vehicles are going to be in our near future, hopefully. So if the autonomous vehicles are adapted in every household, there can be a reduction in the total number of vehicles owned by each household. So how many cars can be reduced per household if all the households adapt this autonomous vehicle technology? That is the major study here, and this study has been done in Atlanta before. And also in the countrywide analysis has been done using some data, and also in Europe, and in many other researchers have already studied this, the impact of autonomous vehicles on the vehicle ownership or the household vehicle demand. This study is now, the present study is in Connecticut. Why considering Connecticut especially? Because along with the rest of the world, Connecticut is also making strides in the autonomous vehicle testing program. The ex-governor has announced that, and there has been several studies in the Connecticut statewide transportation study has been done, and there has been some workshops and summits in 2018 to so far regarding the introduction of the autonomous vehicles in the Connecticut. So along with UConn is also, University of Connecticut is also making workshops on autonomous vehicles. So this is the motivation to continue the study in Connecticut as well. So for this study, we used we used a survey data that has been done in 2016. This is done as a statewide in Connecticut. So in this survey, we have a spatial and temporal study on the travel behaviors and mode choice of the Connecticut residents. And as a first part of the study, the study collected some social and demographics data, and we used these parameters in the current study: the household size, number of vehicles, and the number of drivers. And also as a microscopic data collection, this study collected the trip survey data. So in total, there is 65,000 trips, and we have each household presented the trip origin, destination, and times. And these are the some of the statistics for the number of vehicles per each household. So you can see that there are several households with more than 2 vehicles or more than 3 vehicles, and there are also some households that have 7 or 8 and 9 number of vehicles. So we used this data to find the number of vehicles that can be reduced. And since there are several households that have multiple vehicles, we had to do some data cleaning as well. So we first filtered out all the vehicles that don't own any vehicle. So if they are not using any vehicle and just using public service, public transit, then there will not be any reduction there. And also, some of the households did not use a vehicle on the survey day, so we had to filter out those. And so after filtering out those, the eligible vehicles for replacement came out to be 11,000. And the number of trips per each household is around 7.24, and the number of vehicles per household is 1.9 vehicles. And the methodology is we adapted is similar to the one that was done in Atlanta, and with some slight changes. And this is based on the greedy algorithm. So for each household, we first sorted out all the trips based on the departure times. And for each trip, for the first trip, we are assigning a vehicle, one autonomous vehicle. And if the second trip, or first, if 2 or more people are going to the same destination from the same origin at the same time, then that vehicle can be shared within the household. And if for the next trip, if the first autonomous vehicle completed the first trip and comes back, or the relocation time to come from the first destination to the household or to pick up the next person, there is enough relocation time, or there is enough time, then the same autonomous vehicle can be reused. If not, then they will assign this methodology will assign a new vehicle to that household. So this is the methodology. So for trip number 2, we compare if the origin, destination, and the travel times are the same, then reuse the vehicle. If not, then the relocation time and the difference in the departure times will be compared. If there is enough time, then reuse the vehicle. If not, then a new vehicle will be assigned. This is the methodology that we adapted, or we proposed, and we adapted in this and applied to the data, to the survey data that is collected in 2016. And this is an example. So this is an example from the data, from the survey data. So in one of the households, on a particular day, they made 6 trips on the survey day. And this household have 3 vehicles, 3 vehicles. This household owns 3 vehicles. And after applying this methodology, you can see that the first person and the first trip and the second trip are within 15 minutes departure time. And so there is not enough time for the first AV to drop off, to complete the first trip and come back to pick up the next person. So we assign 2 autonomous vehicles. But for the third trip, you can see there is enough time. So the first AV can come back and do this trip 3. And similarly, this first AV can do trip 4 as well, and then trip 5 as well. But again, for trip 6, again, the AV1 cannot perform 6th trip. So again, AV2 will come into picture and do the trip. So you can see in this household, instead of 3 vehicles, now based on this methodology, this can be reduced to 2 autonomous vehicles. This is possible because the autonomous vehicle can come back on its own empty without the, it is self-driving. So after applying this proposed methodology, you can, out of 7,000 households, you can see 45% of the households can reduce at least 1 vehicle. That will definitely reduce a lot of congestion on the road. Although it will increase the number of trips made by each household, so this will reduce the number of vehicles on the road at a time. And you can, and the results show that the average number of vehicles per household can be reduced from 1.9 to 1.2. And the slight change that we made from the previous literature, is you can see that the vehicles can be reduced with the current schedule. 30% of the vehicles can be reduced with the current schedule. So sometimes the trips need not happen on that particular time. Sometimes, so going to a grocery store doesn't need to happen exactly at 8 o'clock or 8 to 5. So there can be some tolerance limit. So if there is a 5-minute tolerance between at the departure time, then you can even more reduce the number of vehicles. The vehicle reduction potential can be even more increased. With the 10-minute tolerance, it is nearly 32%. So a sensitivity analysis can be performed on this one to see the tolerance. And the same results, we divided it by the counties, and Fairfield County, one of the richest counties in the country. This county has it owns a lot of households that own a lot of cars, more than 4 cars. So the number of households that can reduce is nearly 50% of the households can reduce at least 1 vehicle in this county. So this is one of the results. And so to improve on this research, so the algorithm can be improved, because if in our example, the first autonomous vehicle is being used again in the in trip 5. So if AV2 is closer, or AV2 is so this does not see the distance or the availability, or not the availability, but the proximity of the autonomous vehicles. So if the algorithm considers the proximity and see whichever autonomous vehicle is closer, so that if we can implement or introduce that into the methodology, that can be improved. Also, in this research, only one household shares the autonomous vehicle. So if this can be expanded to a neighborhood households to share their autonomous vehicles, then we can further reduce the number of cars owned. And also, because of one AV making so many trips, there will be there will be an increase in the vehicle mile trips for each household. So the further research is redirecting the empty autonomous vehicles on a longer route, or a route that is on a longer route during the peak periods could reduce the impact of empty autonomous vehicle on the occupied vehicles. So one of the suggestions is the differential route assignment for occupied and unoccupied vehicles. This is my further study in my dissertation, and I actually presented this in last year CAMMSE presentation. So these are the further research on this study. And these are my references. Thank you. I'm welcoming any questions or comments.
I'll just comment, very nice piece of work. I like this. I wonder though, have you been able to consider or I guess it's beyond the scope, but I guess, have you been able to consider whether the families who could reduce trips will in fact be able to avail themselves of an autonomous vehicle? And one of the constraints really is cost.
Okay, so based on the income of the household.
Right.
Yes. We did not look into that, but definitely that's a great consideration to input. Thank you.
Yeah. Good piece of work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. So we are about 5 minutes late at this point. So how about we take a 10 minutes break? We come back at 9:50 Eastern time. So 8:50 Central time. How about that?
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you all. Yeah, see you in 10 minutes.
Okay, see you then.
All right, let's come to section 2. It's 10:50 and we can begin now. The next presenter is Chengying from UCOM, and the presentation title is Enhanced Understanding of Disaster Resilience Assessment Using Points of Interest with dataset on the natural disaster. And Chengying, can you share your screen?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Can I see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So good morning, everyone. I hope you have a great Friday and the coming weekend. I'm Zeng, and I'm currently a fourth-year PhD student, and my advisor is Dr. Jing Zhu at UCOM. Today, I'm going to present enhanced understanding of disaster resilience using points of interest with datasets. So nowadays, natural disasters are increasing in both frequency and severity due to climate change. So there is a need to understand how residents and businesses react to disasters to improve the community resilience. Currently, there are multiple types of data sets to assess the disaster resilience, such as self-reported data like surveys, or social media data, or human mobility data sets, such as neighborhood mobility data and POI visit data. So the data sets we used in our study is POI visit data. A POI is defined as a place where people spend time and money. But the benefit of using POI visits is that it can reflect residents' visit behaviors on the disasters in different POI categories. And a comprehensive understanding of the disaster resilience using POI visit datasets can help build strategies that can help decision makers better prepare for and respond to future disasters. In terms of assessing disaster resilience using POI visit datasets, there are two streams of studies. The first stream of study, they focused on POI visit changes during disasters. As we can see in the left figure, they only focused on visit drop and visit recovery, while didn't pay much attention to the pre-disaster and the post-disaster stage. The second stream of studies, they capture the characteristics of POI visit activities at the pre-disaster stage. However, a knowledge gap exists here, that is a comprehensive exploration of POI visits at both pre and post-disaster stages is still missing. Therefore, the research objective of our study is to develop a methodology to measure POI visit behaviors at different disaster stages with quantification indicators. So here we propose our methodology diagram to explore the POI visit behaviors under disasters. To begin with, we select a specific natural disaster as well as affected cities. Then we aggregate individual POI visits into POI category visits. The POI category is defined as the similar function of individual POIs. Based on this, we can determine the baseline POI visits as well as POI visits under disasters. Using these two curves, we calculate the percentage change value. And with the percentage change curve, we propose 3 quantification indicators, including pre-disaster effect indicator, impact indicator, as well as residual effect indicator. With these 3 indicators, we can summarize POI visit patterns and get some insights of these indicators in different POI categories. So here are some technical details of these steps. So first, we need to quantitatively identify different disaster stages. So here we have 2 key dates. The first key date, hurricane landfall date, it separates the pre-disaster stage and the during disaster stage. And the second key date is POI visits returning to business as usual, and it separates the during disaster stage and post-disaster stage. If POI visits never return to business as usual, then the post-disaster stage does not exist. For the baseline POI visits, we identify it as the previous month of POI visits on the disaster, as we can see in the first figure. The blue curve shows the baseline POI visits. So it is the business as usual case without the disruption of disaster. And the purple curve is the visits under disaster. And also 7-day rolling averages is applied to both baseline POI visits and the POI visits under disaster. So it is applied to alleviate the daily outliers as well as generate the smooth trends, as we can see from the second figure. Once we get the smooth 7-day rolling average baseline and the 7-day rolling average visits on the disaster, we can calculate the percentage change value, as we can see in the third figure. The green curve shows the percentage change value. Okay, so with the percentage change curves, we can propose our 3 quantification indicators. First is the pre-disaster effect indicator. It indicates whether any disaster preparation or anomalies exist, as we can see in these 2 figures. So the first figure, the many data points are above the horizontal line. The horizontal dashed line is where the percentage change value is 0. So this is identified as with pre-disaster effect. And the second figure, all the data points are below the horizontal line, which shows that no pre-disaster effect. In reality, not all data points are above or below the horizontal line. So a threshold is needed to separate with the pre-disaster effect and also no pre-disaster effect. For the impact indicator, it is a little bit simple. It measures the magnitude of disaster impact and the duration of recovery. So the shadowed area is the quantification of impact indicator. So it shows the visit drop and visit recovery. The third indicator we propose here is residual effect indicator. It indicates whether a business sector recovers beyond the normal or to normal or below normal after the disaster. As we can see, the first figure shows a recovery beyond normal, second is recovery to normal, and the third figure is recovery below normal. Again, a threshold is needed because the green curve does not necessarily converge to the horizontal line. So there should be an upper and a lower limit. So this is the threshold. With 3 quantification indicators, here we summarize 6 POI visit patterns. As we can see here, no pre-disaster effect, recovery beyond normal, so such in total there are 6 POI visit patterns here, and we are going to explore this with specific case studies. So here the methodology was applied in a case study of Florida. The natural disaster we selected is Hurricane Michael on October 10, 2018. And we selected 4 representative cities: Panama City Beach, Lynn Haven, and Tallahassee. So for the first 3 cities, as we can see in the map, the property damages in this county is similar. So these 3 cities are defined as hurricane strongly affected cities. While for Tallahassee, the property damage is less than which in Bay County. So Tallahassee is defined as hurricane moderately affected city. And the POI visit data sets we use is patterns data set from SafeGraph company. So we did 3 kind of analysis. The first analysis is a city level comparison of POI visit patterns. A city level POI visit pattern is defined as an aggregation of individual POI visits in all categories of this city. So here are 4 cities with patterns. And if we look at the pre-disaster effect values, you can see that Panama City Beach has the highest pre-disaster effect, which means residents in Panama City Beach had the most disaster preparedness actions. And if we look at the impact values of these 4 cities, we can find that it is similar across the first 3 cities. Yeah, which means these cities are also hurricane strongly affected cities. And for Tallahassee, the hurricane moderately affected cities, if the impact value, the absolute value is smaller than the first 3 cities. Yeah, which is also a validation of hurricane strongly affected cities and also hurricane moderately affected cities with property damage. And if we look at the residual effect value, we can find that all cities have the resilience to recover from Hurricane Michael because all cities recover like to normal, right? The average value is located in the threshold. The second analysis we here is a sector level comparison. So individual POIs are aggregated by functions using 2-digit mixed sectors so that individual POIs are aggregated into in total 7 sectors or 8 sectors, sorry. Yeah. So again, the 3 cities are hurricane strongly affected cities, and we can see that there are more diverse POI visit patterns for hurricane strongly affected cities, at least for each city, at least 4 patterns, right? For Tallahassee, the hurricane moderately affected cities, there are only 3 patterns. This gives us an information that human mobility in hurricane strongly affected cities is more complicated. So we need to analysis yet sector by sector. So that leads to the third analysis. Here we only selected 3 representative sectors. The first is construction-related sectors, and all the figures, all the POIs, the patterns we show here are all hurricane strongly affected cities. If we look at the pre-disaster effect values and the impact values, we can see that these 2 values are positively correlated, which means a sufficient preparation can help reduce the disaster effect in construction sectors. For example, people usually go to purchase some construction materials to reinforce house structures before disaster. And if we look at the residual effect values, we can see that all cities show recovery beyond normal pattern, which means residents in these cities usually take actions to fix, to repair structures, to repair damaged structures after the disaster. So the residual effect can also be treated as the next disaster preparedness because, all the structure, the houses are already get reinforced. Yeah, so it could perform better for the future disaster. The second sector we look at is manufacturing sector. And if we look at these 3 indicator values, you can see that all these indicator values are positively correlated, which gives us some information that pre-disaster actions before disaster can help reduce impact and also helps to the sector recovery. For the manufacturing sector, if we explore the meaning of these indicators and also the detailed POI information, we can see that these indicators can also reflect the resilience of economic activities and also job market under the disaster. The third sector we explore is educational services. Again, if we look at the pre-disaster effect and impact values, we can see that they are negatively correlated, which is an opposite situation compared with the construction sector. The construction sector, these are positively correlated, but here for education sector, they are negatively correlated. What does it mean? It means educational activities can be shifted with flexibility. For example, if people know there is a hurricane coming, they probably need to reschedule the activity maybe ahead of the disaster at the pre-disaster stage. And also if we look at the residual effect values, we can see that all cities show the recovery below normal pattern, which is a negative signal, but it also gives us some information, like the education sector has more flexibility in scheduling activities. For example, if the hurricane is very strong, so people have to stay at home, then they can take like online courses instead of going to school in person. So this is the flexibility in this sector, and this differentiates from other sectors. Okay, so we did 3 kind of analysis in the case study, and here are the contributions of our study. First, we developed a methodology to measure POI visit behaviors at different disaster stages. And second, we identify and summarize POI visit patterns based on proposed quantification indicators. And third, we have through POI visit pattern summarization, we have a holistic understanding of disaster preparation, response, recovery, and mitigation phases. So for the future work, we only identify the POI visit patterns in different POI categories, but we still don't explore the visitors' socio-demographic information, and we only look at the 2-digit next sector, and a more detailed analysis of POI categories visits is also needed. So with this, I conclude my presentation, and thank you for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I'll add a comment. Very nice piece of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation. And are there any other questions? Okay, let's move on to the next presenter. Ola Jomak Omasabi. The title of the presentation is Investigating the Impact of Airport Surface Technology in Mitigating Runway Incursion. And Ola Jomak, you can share your screen now.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Good morning. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Good morning. My name is Olajumoke Lizzie Omoshebi. I'm a graduate student from Texas Auto University in the transportation program. And today I'll be presenting and investigating the impact of airport surface technologies in mitigating runway incursions. So those are the acronyms that you might come across in my presentation. So RI means runway incursion, and PD pilot deviation, all the way to the technologies, the RWSL, and runway in aviation is, the acronyms is RWY, and taxiway is for TWY. So. And my advisor for this research is Dr. Key and Dr. Azimi, and I have a graduate associate who is also helping with the research, Ms. Chin. So I'm going to go ahead and start with a brief introduction of runway incursion. So basically in a nutshell, runway incursion are events where 2 or more vehicles use the same runway, resulting in a conflicting situation. And that's a little bit of illustration about what can happen. The video you're looking at right now of runway incursion, that's the illustration of 2 aircraft colliding together. So as per the FAA, which is the Federal Administration, the Federal Aviation Administration, there are different categories to runway incursions, and it's that we have category A, B, C, D, and E. Category A be the most severe, and B is second to the most severe, all the way to E, which is insufficient information. So that is the criteria that the FAA used to describe the categories of runway incursions. And also there are different types of runway incursions as well. We have operational incidents, which is OI. That's the incursion that is caused by the air traffic controller. And we also have the PD, the pilot deviation. That's an incursion that is caused by the pilot. And we have vehicle or pedestrian deviation. So it's either caused by someone in a vehicle or a pedestrian. So I'm gonna start with the background, but I want you to know the runway incursion are mostly incident, but it can also lead to an accident. So it has, in the past, runway incursion has led to an accident that has caused severe, that has caused significant loss of life. And the example, there's an accident happened in 1977. That is the most prominent one in aviation industry so far. And it led to 583 fatalities. And also, another one also happened in 2001, which also led to 118 fatalities. That is, and that is between two aircraft, which is the MD-87 and a Cessna that collided together. So for my research, I reviewed a lot of literature, and most literatures kind of investigated the correlating factors on runway incursion all the way to inspecting geometry, and also investigating fuel technologies as well. Oh, before I dive into my research, I'm gonna go ahead and discuss a little bit of trend, because runway incursion has been a particular issue for the Federal Aviation Administration for over a decade, and is still on their on FAA watch list. Top 10 issues, safety issue that is bothering aviation industry at the moment. And the increase in traffic has always been a concern, because as we know, people travel all the time, and increase in traffic has also led to the fact that it might lead to a lot of runway incursion due to the fact that a lot of people will travel. And FAA estimated for the volume of operations and traffic to increase in the future. And it's gonna go in billions by the year 2040. So just in the United States, like a lot of people, passengers will pass through United States in billions. And runway incursions does not only, it also affects the industry in the sense that it costs the airlines a lot of money, billions of dollars, even though it might not lead to, in the case that it doesn't lead to an accident, it might also lead to operational delays, whereby the aircraft will be delayed due to the fact that the air traffic controller are trying to separate the incident before it leads to an accident. So why did we study runway incursion? Why we decided to study runway incursion? And number one, like I said before, this problem has been on the FAA watch list for over a decade, and is still on FAA watch list. And the projected growing traffic volume, the traffic volume has been projected in the United States alone to increase in the year 2040 and by billions. And also there are you can barely see few aviation research right now, and mostly when it comes to runway incursion. The number of incursion at the airport right now has also increased from 987 in 2002 all the way to 25,000, over 25,000 in the year 2020. So my project objective is to determine the correlating factors that affect runway incursions in different airports. And also to evaluate the impact of the airport surface technology, which is the ASDEX, RSWS, and ASSC. So I'm going to go ahead in my next slide to explain those technologies. So the technologies, the runway status lights, the airport surface detection equipment, the Motor X, and also the airport surface surveillance capability are the top 3 technologies that are being used right now in the United States. Like, let's not forget that runway incursion, it's a global issue in the aviation industry. So different airports in the world have different type of technologies that are used to address this issue. But in the United States right now, we have these 3 listed technologies that are being used in the airports. So what is the runway status light? It's just similar to a stoplight, and it is usually embedded in the intersection between a runway and a taxiway, and it's meant to inform the pilot or a ground operator, whoever is in the car, to inform them about the status of the runway. So if it's red, the pilot or ground operator would know that the runway isn't used. So red means stop, you're not supposed to proceed. And when it's green, you have, even when it turns green, when the light turns green, you still have to contact air traffic controller before you proceed to the intersection or you cross the intersection. So the airport surface detection equipment the motor has is a surveillance system that collects data from the ground operations and send it all over to the air traffic controller so they can visualize the information on their screen in the tower to kind of see the movement that is going on the ground, on the airport ground. So it's developed to help mitigate the category A and B runway incursion, because category A and B are the most kind of severe runway incursions. And then the airport surface surveillance capability is similar to ASDX. It's a surveillance technology as well that takes information from the ground and send it all over to the air traffic controller to see what's going on the screen so that they can help in mitigating runway incursion on the airport surface. So for my research, I collected my data from the FAA website, the Federal Aviation Administration, and I collected data from the year 2002 to 2020. We have the operations data, and I collected data for the large, medium, and small orbs because I'm trying to see how different airports have, because I was trying to investigate how different correlating factors affect different sizes of airport, what correlating factors affect different sizes of airport, because airports have different sizes and also they have different runways, number of runways as well. And also the airport layouts are different for different states within the United States. And the technology data was also collected from the FAA database. And I just want you to take note that the technology data ranges was based on when those technologies were being considered operational at each airport, because when FAA started to roll out those technologies, in the US airport, the year that the distributed the technology to different airports, was different. So I kind of run a preliminary data for my research to see if those technology, because for so many years, we all believe in the aviation industry that the technology is the solution in mitigating runway incursions. We have different technologies out there, and FAA has chosen 3 technologies for the United States airports. So in order to see if the technologies is been effective, because at this moment there has not been no research that shows if this technology has been effective so far. So I run a preliminary data to kind of see if the technologies have been effective in mitigating runway incursion. And my dependent variable was, I used the percent model, and my dependent variable was the accident data, the incident or accident data that I collected from the FAA database. And my independent variables are the 3 technologies and also the airport operations. So, and that's the result that I got from the data that run. That's what you're looking at on the screen right now. So, because it shows that even for the fact that we have the technology, the number of runway incursion still increases. So these results actually, we made myself and also my team to dig more into checking out if other factors also contribute to runway incursion, or to see what happened, and probably we can come up with a recommendation for the FAA in regards to what kind of technologies can be better for each airport in the United States. And the conclusion of my finding is that with the results, it is evident that the result does not seem to support the idea that the technologies would actually help in mitigating runway incursions. And as well, the result is kind of still surprising to me. So I look forward into digging more into this research, because I have a huge volume of data. And with me investigating 3 hubs, which is the large, medium, and small hubs, I have the total of 130 airports and over 2,400 runway incursions data to look into. So the findings of this result advocate for more research, and in the future, I'll also look into other factors as well, like the airport geometry, due to the fact that different airport has different layouts. And as well, I would love to look into what other countries, what other technologies other countries are using, and if it's effective over there. So probably we can make a better recommendation for FAA. And thank you. Does anybody have any questions?
Hello, Lizzie. This is Dr.
Kim. Yes, Dr. Kim.
Hey, I saw your results. It's a surprise, right? All the technology not improve the incident rate. Actually, make incident rates even more. Okay, so yeah, one of my general comments for results is because right now you regression on the total incident rates. You may need to separate the different category now. The reason is it may not totally avoid the accident, but to reduce the severity of the incident. Like previous, maybe a very severe accident will happen, but because of technology, the level A become level C or level D. Okay, that's maybe results. The total number was not decreased, but maybe the severe crash will, severe incident will reduce. So take a look at the detailed category data, you may find something different. So that's one of my suggestion for your next step. But
Yes.
it's good you did the preliminary study and present your results according what the data tell you.
Yes, and also this result right now, it's kind of because there's only one scholarly research right now, article in regards to the technology to fact check if the technology would help in mitigating runway incursion. And based on the results for the literature review that I reviewed, it does, like the author also concluded that the technology doesn't, help in mitigating runway incursion, although the author only investigated one technology, which is the runway incursion. And also the year the author investigated was very small, which is the margin of 5 years. And we're doing 19 years versus 3 technologies. So yes, I'm gonna take note of that and put it in my future research. So.
Okay, good. Thank you for the efforts. Very good.
Any questions?
Thank you, Lisa, for the presentation. And the next presenter is Jennifer Hall from UT Austin. And the presentation title is Equity as a Criterion for Transit Service Reduction during the COVID-19 pandemic. And Jennifer, you can share your screen now.
How's it looking? Does it fill the screen?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. Correct.
Amazing. All right. Hello, I'm Jennifer Hall. I'm from UT Austin. My professor is Dr. Randy McAmel. My presentation will be over a methodology for choosing transit service reductions during the COVID-19 pandemic, a question of equity. So the general outline of this presentation will be the introduction, the research question, methodology, case study results, conclusions, limitations, and future research. So I want to start by introducing the problem. Once COVID-19 reached us, it just kind of caused a slew of issues, not essentially in this linear, flow chart that I'm showing, more of a conglomerate, but I thought this was the best way to digest everything that's going on. So I'll start with talking about the decline in supply. So pretty much transit authorities had to figure out what's the best way to mitigate the spread of the virus. So pretty much enforce social distancing by reducing their capacity, making people skip seats. Houston reduced their capacity by 50% on their public transit lines, whereas New York, Washington, DC, and other places reduced it by 75% capacity. And so not only that, there was a lack of transit workers, people either were getting sick or were too scared to work. And then there's the lack of available parts, for maintenance along the buses. And this is definitely being felt, still being felt today with the supply chain issue going on right now. So next up is the decline in demand. Everyone kind of shifted to staying at home if they could, or they were just honestly fearful of contracting the virus. So not only are they losing their workers, they're also losing their demand, their loss of revenue along the bus routes. So it's just a slew of issues that kept appearing for the transit authorities. And, the best way they thought to keep operations going was to base their routes and operations on ridership levels. So routes that had a higher frequency of riders, they kept them open. But this caused an unequal impact towards certain sociodemographic groups. This is kind of what led to the question of equity. All around, equity is not really researched as thoroughly in the transportation sector. There is an overall lack of agreement on how to measure it. There's horizontal and vertical equity. But this is definitely like a question or an issue that was exacerbated by the pandemic and will most likely continue, you know, as times get weirder. So here's some quick facts. Essential workers make up 36% of total transit riders in the US. Most essential workers are non-white and have low income levels. Being in the low income level, you know, correlates highly to having less hospitable work environments. You know, you're in a house full of your entire family, grandma's there, the children are there. You may not have access to internet. So it's just a complete struggle for those who are not as well off. And then on top of that, Cap Metro does not have an onboard survey. So onboard surveys typically are the method for profiling who the riders are, where they're going, origin, destination, and whatnot. So Cap Metro hadn't done that in like 15 years. It's been a minute. And so couldn't really base that on what was going on right now. So I had to figure out an alternative method to capture sociodemographics. So the main research question that I was seeking to answer is, did captive riders and essential workers have access to transit during the COVID-19 pandemic? And so my case study was in Austin, Texas. My first source of data came from Cap Metro. And pretty much between March 2020 and September of 2021, these were the main forms of operation changes for each bus route. They were either continued operations, reduced operations, or canceled operations. So continuing means that they tried to go back to what it was pre-pandemic levels, but it essentially was lowered to Sunday level of service. So, you know, the bus doesn't come every 10 minutes. It now comes every 15 minutes, whereas reduced, you know, they only operate 2 to 3 times a week rather than every day. They measured that based on the most highest demand per day. Canceled, you know, the route was canceled until further notice. So majority of the routes were reduced operations. 59%, 36% were just canceled, and then only 5% continued throughout this time period. And the map on the right shows the routes that I reviewed that had fallen into these 3 categories. So Route 490 was the continued route. It's shown in the pink. Nearby amenities include grocery stores, affordable housing, and food pantries. The reduced route 311 orange touches on the downtown area in Austin, community colleges, and UT Austin. Whereas the canceled route 980, which is that very long one that operates kind of north-south, touches on downtown area, Central Public Library, UT Austin, and Round Rock. So, you know, with the lack of onboard survey data, I then had to figure out a way to collect my own sociodemographic variables. So I took American Community Survey 2015 to 2019 5-year estimate data along the nearby block groups. I took a radius along every stop ID along each route of 0.25 miles. So the likelihood of someone walking to use the bus route, you know, has an 85% likelihood of using it if it's within a 0.25 mile radius. So that's how I based my radius. The general categories that I collected my sociodemographics include gender, age, ethnicity, college degree or higher, household size, household income, and job type. So I also want to mention, like, back to that question of equity. No one can agree, like, what is the best way to measure equity in transportation. That includes like horizontal and vertical equity. And so, yeah, this was based on some literature, but still not thoroughly agreed on. Oh, and there were overall 52 variables, which is a ton. And because there were so many variables, I then leaned on this regression called partial least squares regression. It's able to fit both X and Y variables by projecting them into a new space. So this method has become extremely prominent in the field of chemistry because its robust ability to handle more variables than observations, while also addressing the issue of multicollinearity. So instead of completely removing variables that are suspected of multicollinearity, the PSLL model lowers their loadings and weights to nearly to nil. So they're still present. So the model isn't able to lose touch of how these variables relate to the other variables. And also this was particularly advantageous because my data points, would range between 27 to 40 stop IDs. So this was very good for the 52 variables and my small data points. And so, as I mentioned, instead of directly fitting a linear model, the PSL model first transforms the independent and dependent variables into matrices, then decomposes them into orthogonal scores, which is shown on that graphic to the right, fitting all the X variables against one another. Then you get your T value. So these scores and loadings are in the form of latent variables. So multiple linear combinations of variables, which then creates a final component. And there was around like 10 components. And so with that final component, they are then cross-validated in a 10-fold cross-validation to test the latent variables against one another. And essentially the lowest root mean squared error is chosen. The final component scores and loadings are summed up and converted to coefficient values that are then interpreted as linear regression estimates. So my independent variables include the socio-demographics such as population, sex, whereas the dependent variable is commute by bus. So here are my first set of results from my model. So my cutoff p-value was 0.005. The stars represent p-values that were less than 0.001. So looking at the orange column for the continued route, variables that were seen as significant were young adults, people who identify as Black, household size that's 4 people, and households of more than 2 cars. So these can be interpreted as, on average, the number of people who identify as Black tend to increase bus commuters by 0.182 per unit increments. So people along this route for household size of 4, didn't struggle to commute to work. So they were in the clear. Reduced routes for the first set showed that 2 cars were seen as significant, but it reduced commute. So they weren't greatly affected by the reduction of operations. The canceled route showed household size of 1 person and also captive riders, people who don't have personal vehicles, indeed struggled with commuting to their place of work. The second grouping of variables that were seen as significant were within the job type category. So continued route showed administrative work, food and service industry, and social services. Recalling that map I showed y'all of Route 490, there were food pantries. So people in the administrative work and social services, were most likely going to that area. Food and service industry, some people still had to go into the restaurant to create to-go orders. So luckily they were able to commute to work. Reduced routes showed administrative work, education, healthcare practitioners, and management. I want to note mostly the education and healthcare practitioners, teachers who still had to go and teach elementary kids. It had the highest estimate. So reducing the route to 2 to 3 days, for a 5-day school week, most likely caused issues for them. And healthcare practitioners includes nurses and doctors. So definitely essential workers that struggled to get to the hospital when they needed to. Canceled route, food and service industry, legal industry, and social sciences. Social sciences includes like research staff and professors who are probably going to UT campus, and that's why the estimate value is so large. So some like basic goodness of fit values, R squared and root mean squared error, continued and reduced route had extremely high R squared values. That means the variability was captured with 87% accuracy, but the canceled route had a 45% accuracy, so not as great as I would have hoped. Most likely would have to look towards another model to capture those socio-demographics. So overall conclusions, this study developed a new methodology to examine social disparities in public transit during the COVID-19 pandemic. This approach consisted of a geospatial extraction of census data and the development of PSLR models. These models helped explain the relationship between the number of people who commute by bus along the selected routes and their socio-demographic information without the use of onboard surveys. So this showed that this was a great alternative approach to data collection than onboard surveys. Yeah, so back over the results, continued route most significant variables were young people, people who identify as Black, households of 4 people, households with more than 2 cars, people who have administrative work, food industry, and people who work in social services. So they were provided essential travel. Whereas reduced route households with 2 cars, people who do administrative work, education, healthcare practitioners, and management, I cannot say that that was the same for them. They most likely had to make up for those days that the operations were offline. Canceled route, people who suffered the most were household size of 1 person, captive riders in food and industry, or food servers, law, and social sciences. Definitely struggled during the pandemic. So some limitations I want to note is that this is definitely a case study in Austin, Texas. The significant variables that were found within this model are not guaranteed to be significant for another city. This can be due to different cultural perspectives and viewpoints towards public transit, or even the sheer difference in city public transit infrastructure, maturity, and reach. So all the results will most likely be different if I say took results from Houston, Texas. And lastly, I want to say like the 2015 and 2019 American Community Survey 5-year estimates are not the most up-to-date. As we know, the 2020 census came out, but yet it hasn't been paired to geo data points. So I couldn't like put it into ArcGIS unless I went through a lot of work, which I didn't want to do. So yeah, some future research that I definitely want to continue this and observe the entire network, profile all the riders, and then come out with an analytical hierarchy process. So this analytical hierarchy process essentially brings together what people view as the most important to bus transit operations. So this will bring equity back into the equation, while also I could consider demand as an important factor. So I'll say let's say Route 7, has a high demand, but it also includes food and service industry, which were particularly important during the pandemic. I will give them a higher weight, which makes them considered more important should continue operations. So that's just like a touch of like what I want to do with this research. But yeah, I think this just brings, I think transportation engineering we just look at the numbers and like the vehicles and whatnot, and we forget to look into this through a more humane lens. And I think that's extremely important for the future of public transit. But yeah, I want to thank you for listening, and I'll take any questions if you have any.
Hey, Jenny, just a quick question here. Do you recall whether you discovered that any transit system in the US went through a process similar to this to determine which routes to reduce service?
Not particularly. I think everyone was kind of in panic mode at the beginning. They were just like, okay, let's just keep the ones with higher demand online. But I can't say I would say like for Route 490, because it touches on food pantries, I think they did consider it for some routes, but the person I was talking to in Cap Metro definitely said that it was mostly based on demand. So with Texas's lack of strong public transportation, I think that it's hard for them to incorporate the question of equity, whereas maybe New York had a better chance of planning ahead. But I didn't see any literature of people noting that they thought about it. There definitely was research that studied it after the fact. But yeah, I can't say. I'll definitely have to look more into that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer, for the presentation.
Thank you.
And let's move on next. The next presenter is Sandeep Acharya from TSU, and the presentation title is Exploring Traffic Big Data for Real-Time Traffic Congestion Analysis. And Sandeep, you can share the screen now.
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So I'm Sandeep Acharya. I'm a graduate student here in Texas Southern University, doing my graduate studies in transportation. So I'll be presenting the topic entitled Exploring Traffic Congestion for Exploring Traffic Big Data for Real-Time Traffic Congestion Analysis. So this will be the content that I will be going through today. I'll start with introduction, causes of congestion, the measures that we use for congestion analysis, various type of data that are used for congestion analysis, and how big data are used by various US states and their State Department of Transportation for congestion, multiple algorithms that are generally used, interpretation of congestion, and the implementation of big data for traffic congestion analysis, and I'll conclude my presentation. I'll start to the introduction. So what is congestion? Congestion is a state where traffic volume exceeds the roadway capacity, and we start to feel the reduction in the vehicular speed, have longer trips, and the state of queuing starts in the vehicle, and the traffic flow start to get disrupted, and speed also get disrupted at the same time. So normally we talk the congestion based on its pricing, how much it is impacting on the economy in terms of the dollar that we are losing due to the congestion, the delay in terms of working hour and other productive hours, the impact on environment through the multiple emissions, psychological impact, the impact on the health of the people who are driving, as well as who are in the passenger seat. So the major cause of congestion in the United States is the roadway capacity. The roadway capacity being constant, and the registration of vehicular number rising exponentially. Multiple traffic incidents occurring in the freeway, work zone concentration occurring in the highly developed area like downtown, and the roadway facilities like the ramps, the protected or prohibited zones, traffic signal. So about the traffic signal, we also get to see some presentation earlier. Mostly the signal in these intersection where major and minor streets are crossing, and having the peak time signal, the time factor, the peak hour, evening peak hour, morning peak, and the congestion mostly forming in the bottlenecks. So these are the source of congestion that are secondary, mostly like the weather, incidents other than the traffic incidents, emergency situations, the road construction, as well as maintenance and special events like games and other entertainment purpose events. So the source of congestion is also shown in the chart from here. Mostly the bottlenecks in the United States are the major regions of congestion, followed by the traffic incidents, work zones, and weather, traffic incident, traffic signaling, as well as other special events. So these are the measures that are used for congestion analysis. The first analysis is normally focused on the delay. Second is reliability, and another is system of congestion. About the delay, multiple parameters like travel time delay, travel time index, the miles, the percentage of mile delayed vehicle, delay per capita, annual cost of delay are used. Whereas when we talk about the reliability of congestion measures, we use planning time index, reliability index, buffer time index, historical travel time ratio, prediction interval, as well as semi-variance measures. So we look for identifying the system under congestion. We use the duration of congestion, 24-hour vehicle volume per capacity ratio, commute of congestion cost, percentage of mile under congestion, peak, evening, and evening as well as morning, percentage of mile of direction, allow congestion, and the percentage of weekdays when the travel speed are below 45 as well as 36 miles per hour. So the another topic is how the data are used for traffic, how and what kind of data are used for traffic congestion analysis. So we normally use, when you talk about the primary data that are used for the congestion analysis, we use volume data, speed data that are obtained from the sensors on the freeway, speed data, crash and incident data, weather data, roadway asset data, socioeconomic data, origin destination of the origin destination data, construction data, special event, as well as travel information system data, vehicular occupancy data, and social media data. So those are the ones on in the left part are the primary data, whereas the one in the right side are the secondary data that are used for traffic congestion analysis. So normally I talk about the data. So those data are sometimes we have the data for the entire route or the section of the freeway. So that is regarded as the route-based data, which is collected to the sensors available in the highways or freeway. So if we are using the analysis of a specific vehicle-based data, so they are obtained through the sensors installed in the vehicle, either sensor or GPS. And another one is traveler-based data, which is collected through the vehicle as well as the mobile that are used by the travelers. And wide area data is obtained from two or more of the above mentioned terms. So either that is through the collected device or sensors or drones. So the various US states have started the big data initiative for the congestion analysis or traffic studies. We studied about almost all the United States and their state department. And so this is the chart that is used and that is the chart that is prepared based on the data that US state used for for data initiatives. So so multiple states have their one database, which is GIS-based database, or they have partnered with other private vendors for storing as well as using the data for traffic studies. So these data are really effective in studying about the travel demand management, external studies for mobility studies, as well as internal studies and about the demand modeling, which are also used for the evaluation of the performance measure that is shown and the evaluation of the various transportation related project. So this is the market distribution of the various big database that is used by the United States State Department of Transportation. So this initiative has been really effective for using those data in terms of traffic analysis, especially talking about the congestion studies. So so this is the distribution of these databases and the platform. More than 57% of the US state have their one database, which is mostly in the GIS based database, and majority of those that 57% is available to public without any cost. And some other state database have more than one database, like Texas, New York. They have their one database, and they are also collaborating with the private company and the vendors for storing as well as analyzing the traffic-based data. Some states are fully dependent on these private data vendors, like the Streetlight, Inrix, and Waycare. They are responsible for big amount of data storage as well as analysis for specific states in the United States. So for the methodology that are generally used for the congestion analysis are either statistical approaches or machine learning approaches. In statistical approaches, they are used for interpretations of the present traffic scenario or condition, predicting the future traffic, and identifying the state of condition. Whereas in machine learning and shallow learning and deep learning techniques are used, and based on the requirement, those deep learning technologies, deep learning methods are used for training, filtering of the developed AI models and used for intelligent transportation system ideas. So on the statistical approaches part, mostly fuzzy logic, Bayesian logic, Gaussian model, Markov model, and support vector methods are used. And they are used generally for forecasting and predicting the traffic. Whereas in shallow learning, whereas in the machine learning, we normally use the shallow learning and deep learning, which is also regarded as extreme learning. The main difference between this shallow learning and deep learning is the level of learning and how do we use the data and how much iterations that are performed to train and get the output. So in shallow learning, artificial neural network and regression model are generally used for condition analysis, and in deep learning, convolutional neural network and recurrent neural networks are used, whereas the extreme neural networks are used when there is extreme big amount of data and we need high level of learning. So these are the use of traffic prediction algorithms, and they are generally used for identifying which parameters can be effective in developing the AI model, and then we use the developed model for calibration and validation, as well as for the prediction of the traffic, either the state of congestion or the predicting future traffic as well as drivable speeds. So those traffic prediction algorithms can be used for forecasting the traffic flow, like the vehicular movement, the traffic density, and the route analysis. Another important term about this traffic prediction algorithm is to predict the congestion occurrence, how often the congestion occurs, or what is the frequency of the occurrence of congestion on the specific segment of the freeway, when the congestion will start to evolve, and when the congestion will terminate. And another is drivable speed. So the speed have a big impact for this congestion analysis, and we can predict what will be the allowable speed, or what would be the adaptable speed that is good to drive without having any impact on traffic flow and the roadway capacity. So this is the interpretations done in the Harris County of Houston. So in the first figure, we can see that is the average congestion of the day, that we can see both red lines as well as yellow lines. The red line shows the severity of congestion, whereas the yellow line shows the moderate congestion. And in the second figure, we see the impact and the level of congestion occurring there. The blue dot indicates how frequently the congestion are occurring. If we see the inner loop in the Houston, the downtown area, the severity of congestion is too much high. And the second picture is shows the analysis of combined morning and evening peak hours, and the blue dot inside the map shows the severity and the frequency of congestion occurrence. So this interpretation helps us to know how long the congestion will occur and what is the frequency of congestion occurrence, how long the congestion occur, and how long will the congested hour last in the specific route, and helps to know the travel pattern, and we can know which will be the drivable route for us. So we can also analyze the same thing for the junctions as well as the entire freeway or roads, and know the drivable speed. So how the big data is used, or that can be used for traffic congestion related implementation. So we can use those for intelligent traffic management system by controlling the traffic flow. We can pre-detect which point the congestion will occur, and how can we, like if we can control the severity of the incidents that could occur or the level of congestion that can be controlled. So we can also control those traffic congestion through the smart traffic light and signaling, fully actuated signals, and we can also use those big data for toll booths related activities. So at a glance, we can use those big data for forecasting, simulation, and identifying the congestion. While we talk about the forecasting, we can forecast the level of congestion as well as the drivable speed there, as well as when and where the congestion will occur. If we talk about simulation, how the event will start, how the congestion will start, and at which point the congestion will start, and how small incident, if those are the traffic related incident or non-traffic related incidents, like the other special event will be impacting the roadway traffic in a specific section of the freeway. And we can also know which bottlenecks, where the bottlenecks is created, or which section is affected by the heavy traffic flow, and know the level of congestion on that segment. So this is the project from Texas Department of Transportation, and I'm working with Dr. Mehdi Azimi, Dr. Yiki, and Dr. Subasis from TTI. So if there are any more questions, I'd like to take the questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Sadiq. And let's move on to the next presenter. Next presenter is Suyash Vashnoi from UT Austin, and the title is Traffic State Estimation for Connected Vehicles using the Second Order or Rascal-Jam Traffic Model. And Suyash, you can share your screen now.
Thank you. So can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, everyone. This is Suyash Vishnoi. I'm a PhD student in transportation engineering at UT Austin, and I'm working with Dr. Christian Claudel. And today I'm going to present my work on traffic state estimation for connected vehicles using the second order ARZ or Rascal-Zong traffic model. So I'll be going over why we are doing this study, what are the novelties in this work as compared to previous work, how we model the traffic dynamics in this work, what are the estimation methods we use, and then a small numerical study to analyze our work. So first of all, why do we do traffic state estimations? The primary reason for doing estimation is to be able to perform optimal traffic control, because optimal control assumes that you have a good knowledge of the traffic state at all times on the system. For instance, in this example, so this is not related to this work, but here we are trying to use speed controlled CAVs to dissipate a traffic jam. And to get the optimal values of speeds at every time step, we need to have a good knowledge of the states on the system. And traffic states cannot be measured everywhere because of the technological and budget limitations of the sensors, because sensors can be already, they are expensive to install and then to maintain as well. Plus whatever measurements we get can be noisy. So traffic state estimation tries to infer the missing traffic states, such as flows, density, speeds on the traffic system. Plus it also tries to correct for the noisy traffic measurements. And the various studies in the literature can be differentiated based on the traffic models that they used, the estimation approach that they use, or what particular traffic state they are trying to estimate, whether it's density or flow or speeds, and what inputs do they consider they have. So two major classification of TSE techniques can be model-driven and data-driven, where data-driven rely on historical data, plus they use the real-time data, along with some statistical or ML-based methods to estimate traffic. But that is not what we are doing in this study. In this study, we are more focused on model-driven approaches, which utilize a given traffic dynamics model, which already models the density and flows of the system based on certain inputs of the demand and supply of the highway. And along with that, TSE combines some real data with this process model, both correcting the model using the data and correcting the data using the model to get a final estimate. And some of the popular techniques in this work are the Kalman filtering or the Kalman filter-like techniques. So in this work, we assume that we have data from CVs, because traditional sensors like inductive loop detectors, as I mentioned, they need to be embedded in the highway. They can be expensive to install and maintain. Instead, if we are able to use connected vehicles or similar connected devices which are moving along with the vehicles, which are growing these days, they can offer a relatively low cost alternative to dedicated sensors, because for these sensors, their primary purpose is not traffic state estimation. So they can, so using them in this for this purpose is sort of a byproduct or a good additional application. So given the type of CAV data that we can obtain, we need to develop such models which can handle that type of data. And so in this work, we assume that we can get the traffic density and speed data from CAVs. So CAVs in a cluster are known to be able to form certain vehicular ad hoc networks. So a cluster of CAVs would be sending their data to a leader vehicle, and then the leader vehicle, based on the position of the CAVs, can estimate the traffic density at a good quality, and also it can tell what's the average speed of traffic in that particular portion of the highway. So in this work, we assume that we have reliable density and speed estimates, but yeah, this requires us to assume that we have a good penetration of CAVs on the highway. Additionally, we consider that we have some bandwidth constraints which limit what portions of the highway, like total portions of the highway, from which we can extract data. So moving on to how we model traffic in this work. So most of the studies in TSC utilize the first order Lighthill-Whitman-Richards model, which is a simple first order conservation model, first order conservation of vehicle equation. And it assumes that the flow and density are linked by this strict fundamental relationship called the fundamental diagram. For instance, here we show the triangular fundamental diagram. So it assumes that traffic at all times is in the equilibrium state. And for this reason, it's not able to replicate certain realistic phenomena like capacity drop or other traffic instabilities. And this is a challenge for state estimation, because especially when we are considering CAV data, which are providing you both density and speed data, and given there is some instability on the highway, your LWR model is already restricting the speed to be related directly by the density. And so that's not a good thing, because in state estimation, this has to be accounted by a separate error term in the estimation procedure. So instead of that, here we utilize a higher order model or a second order model, the ARZ model, which can account for non-equilibrium traffic with the help of an additional equation in addition to the first order LWR equation. And this allows us to model the speed as an independent variable. So this is the Orr-Haskell-Zong model in equation 1A and 1B. So equation 1A is the same as the LWR equation, whereas in B, we introduce another arbitrary state called the relative flow, or psi, which is given as rho times the speed plus a pressure term. Here, the pressure term is this expression, which you would find similar to a variant of the Green-Shields fundamental diagram. So here is an example of this fundamental diagram. So the idea behind this relative flow, or this psi, or what is also called the relative flow term, is that this pressure term is negatively related to this equilibrium velocity, which we obtained from the fundamental diagram. So this expression, where we subtract the actual speed with the equilibrium, with something related to the equilibrium speed, times rho, gives you the difference between what the equilibrium flow would be and what the final flow is. So this kind of models the gap in that differentiates the non-equilibrium flow from the equilibrium flow. And additionally, this expression, speed plus the pressure term, is known in literature as the driver attribute, which is conserved during the entire flow of traffic. So solving the ARZ model is again not very straightforward. If you want an exact solution, you have to use wavefront tracking methods, which involves a lot of math and a lot of calculus. Instead, here we utilize an approximate method, which also serves our purpose for control, as I'll show in the next few slides. So we use a Godunov scheme to discretize the highway into smaller segments. We discretize it into segments of length L, and the time also we discretize into smaller intervals of duration T. And we can write the two partial differential equations into two difference equations. And so each segment has its own state, the rho and the relative speed, relative flow. And then we have the flow of the density and the relative flow again, passing from one cell to another. Junctions in ARZ are modeled similar to LWR if you've worked with the CTM before. So it's the flow across a junction is the minimum of the demand of the previous segment and the supply of the next segment, basically minimum of how much traffic can send versus how much traffic the next segment can receive. And the flux of the relative flow, also called the relative flux, is given by flow multiplied by W. So this attribute, the driver attribute, is transferred along with the flow of traffic. So since it remains conserved. So combining the junction flows with the LWR and with the ARZ discretized equation, we can get the state space equation, this nice closed form state space equation which models the evolution of density, and it captures all the nonlinearity in the equation in this nonlinear function f, which is a function of both the states and inputs. So in this case, as I mentioned before, the states are the rho I and the relative flow, and the inputs are the demand of the incoming segments. So all the on-ramps or the mainline incoming segment, the driver characteristic for the incoming segments, since this is conserved across the flow, we need to know what its value is at the start. And then the downstream density condition to model if there is anything weird going on in the downstream end of the highway, if it's jammed or if it's in free flow. Okay, so now we define the measurement model. So as I mentioned, the measurements in this case are the densities and the speeds. Density is directly a state, so that can be directly taken as is, but the velocity needs to be modeled in terms of the states of the system, which can be done in this way, utilizing the formula that we had for the relative flow term and the density. So we define a nonlinear measurement function h, which depends on the states, and using the states, it models the measurements, and this can be put into this measurement vector. So this measurement vector, given some states, it converts them to the measurements which are stored in this variable y. And here C is called the observation matrix, which defines which segments we are receiving the data from. And since here we are working with series which can move on the highway, yeah, so this observation matrix is variable in time. Next, so in this work, we implement a new method called moving horizon estimation. So it has been implemented in other fields, less so in transportation, but it involves an optimization problem. So before going on to that, here I want to mention that so nonlinear optimization problems are in general harder to solve and are a lot more time consuming than linear problems. So in this case, we linearize the ARZ model using a simple first order Taylor series expansion of the nonlinear function. And we write the nonlinear state space equation into this nice linear form. And so the same we do for the measurement model. And now we use this further in the MHE. So apart from moving horizon estimation, we also implement Kalman filters in this case because they are the known popular method of estimation. The Kalman filter, for those who know about it already, this is quite trivial, but I just want to mention this for the sake of completeness. So the Kalman filters have two steps, the prediction step and the correction step, where they predict the next state based on the previous state using the state space model directly, and then they correct this predicted state using the difference in the measurements. If this is the actual measurement and this is the estimated measurement based on your states, it corrects the predicted state using this difference, which is multiplied by something called the Kalman gain, which is again theoretically modeled using the state space equations A, B, and other matrices. Kalman filters in general are meant for linear systems. So in this case, we implement its variants, which is the extended Kalman filter, which uses a derivative based approach. It takes the first order derivative of the model and then implements the same Kalman filter. There's the uncentered Kalman filter and the ensemble Kalman filter, which do not linearize, that use the nonlinear function directly. Additionally, so originally Kalman filters are not meant to take obey any physical bounds, but when we are working with physical systems like the transportation systems, we need to have some physical bounds, like a minimum of zero density or a maximum of the maximum density. But if you do not implement any bounds in the Kalman filters, they tend to give you negative values, which just breaks down the system. So you need to include those. But including these bounds, we need to be careful that we tune the Kalman filters accordingly, because for certain values of the tuning, these Kalman filters, especially the UKF and ENKF, they tend to break down if you tune them in a certain way versus another way. Yeah. Okay. So moving on to the moving horizon estimation, which we implement for traffic state estimation in this work. So moving horizon estimation, as the name suggests, there is a particular set time horizon of n steps, and it keeps moving in time. We utilize the data from this n step time horizon along with the process model equations for this n step horizon, and we try to estimate the traffic states, all the traffic states for all of the n steps. So this is the objective function for the MHE. This has essentially three components. The first is also what is called the arrival cost, which is the difference between the estimated state for this horizon versus the estimated state obtained based on like previous horizons estimates, like your the previous horizons estimate. So this is basically that we are trying to minimize the difference between what we have already predicted and what we would predict for this new horizon. So sort of relying on historical data in that sense. The second term tries to minimize the gap between the measurements and the measurement model. So given we have some measurements over the n steps, we want our states to be estimated so that this gap is minimized. And thirdly, we try to minimize the gap between in the process model. So here, this xk I plus 1 is the state which would be obtained by solving this portion. So ideally, these two would be the same if we have an equality, but in reality, since the process model is not necessarily exactly the same as the actual process that's going on in the real world, so we need to take a difference here and add it to the as a penalty in the optimization term. Okay, so this is the optimization problem that we can write using the objective function that I mentioned before, along with the constraints. So xmin and xmax here are the minimum and maximum values of the states. So in this paper, we also show that we can stack these all the state vectors over the n time steps into a single vector xk and write this simple standard quadratic program. Where this matrix H is again found by stacking all these state space matrices and the measurement matrices. And this H is positive definite matrix. So this program is a convex program and it can be solved using existing QP solvers. So in this work, we are using the ARZ model and the MHE along with Kalman filters. So now we try to implement those on a numerical setup, which we set up in Vissim. We take a 1 kilometer long highway stretch with two off ramps and an on ramp, and this is how the traffic density is evolving on that stretch. So we induce a traffic jam in the middle to emulate some jammed conditions, some interesting congested conditions. These are the general estimation results that we obtained using MHE, using 5 fixed locations of sensors. So we are still using connected vehicle sensors, but we are assuming that we are obtaining this data from 5 fixed locations, but we are obtaining density and speed data. So this is what we obtain. So it can be seen that MHE is quite viable when it comes to traffic state estimation, especially using the ARZ model. It is able to replicate the states as seen in Vissim. Next, we compare the varying locations of data extraction. So here we compare fixed location for these sensors versus moving locations for these sensors. So the dotted lines indicate fixed locations versus the solid lines, which are the moving locations for CAV. So how we model the moving locations, so for the fixed locations, we assume that the sensors are distributed on the highway uniformly as we increase the number of sensors. Whereas for the moving sensors, we assume that they are present in clusters. So we would have like 3 segments which have which have CV sending us data, and those 3 clusters sort of move on in the highway as the simulation goes on. But this is not the only possible configuration of getting data from CVs. So in this case, we see that for the particular setup, fixed locations work much better than the moving locations. Especially in case of UKF. So this solid orange line at the top and this dotted light blue line is the UKF curves, for the two locations. And as I mentioned before, these KFs, they depend a lot on the tuning. And this is primarily a result of that, because when you had fixed location of sensors, it was easier to tune for that particular configuration. But when you have moving configuration, when you have varying configuration, you cannot really predict where the sensors would be. So you have to use just one set of tune parameters throughout. And that results in like much worse results when you're using moving sensors in UKF. In general, EKF and MHE perform the best out of all the techniques, and UKF and ENKF sort of suffer due to stability and tuning issues. Next, we check the effect of badly guessed initial conditions. So this is important if you don't have a really very good guess of the initial conditions. How much error does the system accumulate before actually converging to the actual states? So we see here that EKF is quite consistently better than other techniques. So earlier MHE is better with lower number of sensors, but as we at lower values of bad initial guesses. But as the error increases, EKF sort of goes over MHE, and then UKF and ENKF are like obviously worse than these two methods. So to summarize all the analysis, we saw that the ARZ model works well in utilizing the density and speed data as obtained from CVs for state estimation. MHE presents itself as a viable option. And so this study doesn't fully studies all the potential applications of MHE, because it has a really good application of implementing arbitrary constraints, because it's formulated as a optimization problem as opposed to like a closed form Kalman filter like method. So you can include arbitrary constraints into it, which are maybe not modeled in your process model. So this is something that we can explore in MHE. In general, TSE performance is best for EKF and MHE, while the other KF variants perform worse, and EKF is better in converging given bad initial guesses. So we also saw that TSE is quite sensitive to whether data is obtained from moving locations. And this is still an ongoing topic of research where we are trying to see what configurations of these moving locations work better. Because in this case, we only considered a clustered moving cluster of CV sensors. And also we saw that Kalman filters are quite sensitive to tuning, versus that MHE is quite relaxed. You can set one set of tuning parameters and that work quite well. And UKF among the Kalman filters is the most susceptible to badly tuned parameters. So this concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Just offer a comment here. It's very nice work. Enjoyed it very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, Saish. And the next presenter is Takia Percy, and the presentation title is Investigate Age Impacts on Controlled Flight into Terrain Aircraft Crashes in General Aviation. And you can share your screen now, Saish.
Thank you so much. Greetings, everyone. I'm getting prepared to share my screen, but just wanted to thank you all for sitting to watch the presentations. Let me go ahead and share here. Is everyone able to see?
There's something in the right below in your screen. Okay, that's okay.
All right. Okay, greetings everyone again. My name is Takia Percy. I am a certified flight instructor. I am attending Texas Southern University, working on investigating age impacts on controlled flight into terrain accidents in general aviation. And I am accompanied by my professor and chair and research assistant. I want to get into the background of general aviation. General aviation is classified by the Federal Aviation Administration as civil aviation unscheduled, with the exception of commercial air and transport for aerial work hire. So I know that was a mouthful, but I'll break it down. General aviation consists of owners of aircraft. So if you own your own aircraft, and I have 3 models of typical general aviation aircraft pictured on the slide. We have flight schools, so a school that I would work at teaching other pilots how to fly. Airplane rentals for licensed pilots. So if you have your pilot's license already and you just want to rent out an aircraft and take it up flying for a certain amount of time, you can do that. And recreational flying. All of these are under general aviation. Typically, it's not for hire, and it's flying for recreational purposes or if you own your own aircraft. I want to discuss a little bit about cockpit configuration so that everyone will be able to understand how we operate an aircraft. So a cockpit configuration has the ability to have upgraded technology of flight instruments, which is pictured here on the left. So if you notice, there's more of a digital cockpit configuration for the screen on the left. And you can see the screens, they still have information that I'll kind of walk through with you all so you can understand what we're reading. But on the right, it's a basic six-pack flight instruments. So all aircraft are flown by basic six-pack instruments. On the right, you can see the instruments labeled 1 through 6. And those instruments help provide us speed at which we're traveling through the air, our rate and coordination of turns, our flight attitude, as if we're in straight and level flight or in a turn, our magnetic heading, and altitude in feet above the ground, and rate of climbs or descents. We want to discuss what is controlled flight into terrain. And our research is to investigate the impacts of pilot age and other pilot-related factors contributing to controlled flight into terrain. CFIT is defined as an unintentional collision with terrain while the aircraft is under positive control. It is one of the 3 high-risk accidents occurrences identified by the International Civil Aviation Organization, and at least half of them are fatal. Some of our supporting literature, there are multiple literature sources collected. However, as you can see, there are large gaps between recommendations for this type of study. Safety recommendations and technological advancement have increased over the years. However, pilot accidents have individual pilot error as a factor. So we're looking at a brief study from 1991 and a brief study from 2011 to discuss whether pilots aged over 60 will be more likely to be involved in fatal accidents. Our purpose on focusing on age. So all registered pilots' information is collected under the United States Civil Airmen Statistics, which is an annual study published to meet the demands of the Federal Aviation Administration. The number of pilots, as you can see from 2015 to 2021, over 60 have increased significantly. There is currently a pilot shortage, meaning most pilots retiring from commercial aviation has a mandatory retirement age of 65. So aviation is just one of those careers that while you're in commercial aviation, which most of us know as flying passengers for United, Delta, Southwest, or even cargo for FedEx or UPS, there is a mandatory retirement age of 65. After that, you still hold your pilot's licenses, of course, and you can utilize your pilot's license in general aviation, or if you take another subcategory from the FAA. Typically pilots, after they retire, they purchase their own airplane and fly recreationally. So we want to discuss our data source, which comes from the National Transportation Safety Board. Our sample size is 2016 to 2018. And I wanted to put in, this is not a fatal accident for a reason. I really wanted to provide you all the opportunity to look at a complete safety accident or incident report so that we can look at some of the details outlined here and how we gathered our research. So I'm going to zoom in on my screen just to show you. So we have basic information of the pilot, where the accident or incident occurred, the time of day. We also have the type of aircraft, which is under aircraft information here, and whether the airplane had equipment. So we looked at our previous slide on cockpit configuration, where the airplane says IFR, which is Instrument Flight Rules, equipped and certified, meaning there's some upgraded avionics or technological advancement in the airplane to help the pilot understand their position when they're unable to see in front of them, i.e. flying in clouds or particularly bad weather. We do have the category, the type of airworthiness certificate for the actual plane, landing gear and engine type as it is listed here. And one of the biggest and most important would be the inspections for the aircraft. Each aircraft has mandatory inspections, and the pilot has mandatory documentation or training requirements as well. So all of those things are outlined in our source. I'm going to go to the next page where we're able to look at the owner operator information. So I do want to note that the operator of the aircraft is the same as the registered owner. Using the example that I used before, when we look at this pilot's age, we can see that the pilot has spent quite some time flying their own aircraft, and they've built up their own hours just flying recreationally. If we look at regulation of flight conducted here, it's under Part 91, and that is best known as general aviation. We do have the airport information here, and it shows you exactly where the accident occurred. As you can see, it says approach departure segment, which is the third row from the top under airport information. It shows that the accident happened on final, which is a straight distance to your landing runway. Just want to come over and look at the flight crew member information for the pilot. The pilot age at the time of the incident was 72 years old, and it talks about the information for the pilot, the amount of flight time they have, in this particular aircraft, and their recency of experience and or training. Here we want to discuss the damage to the aircraft. The aircraft was completely destroyed. Here is the narrative history of flight. So one of the reasons why I picked a case where the pilot is still alive is because the pilot had to present a report of what actually happened. So at the very bottom, and I don't intend for you to read this entire paragraph because the words are extremely small, but I'll sum it up for you. Basically, the pilot had a technologically advanced cockpit, and they were only trained on it within the previous few days by a certified flight instructor. So they only spent roughly around 3 hours getting very familiar with this avionics. And the flight in question actually happened during the day. However, the sun was getting prepared to set. And that particular pilot said that there was a cloud affecting the way that they could see while they were on a final course. They ended up descending beyond the altitude based on the confusion of the cockpit, and they were closer to the ground than they expected to be. The pilot ended up striking a tree and also power lines and power cords before they realized that they were in a dangerous situation. So on the right, we have the flight itinerary information. And our very last slide talks about the recommendations. So I just want to point out that the NTSB does provide recommendations to help prevent any further accidents or incidents. The recommendations for this particular case is owner-operator safety recommendation. So in other words, the pilot could have taken a little bit more time with a certified flight instructor to become more proficient on the instruments inside of the cockpit to be able to control the plane, and or the pilot could have been current on nighttime flying, which is associated with reduced visibility, and it is a lot more difficult to fly at night. So I'll get into some of those factors here. Our data analysis, we want to look at pilots aged 60 and over were disproportionately involved in more CFIT accidents compared to other age groups. As shown in the following figure, 22.88% of the pilots were age 60, which is all the way on the left here for my chart. And those pilots caused 42.70% of the CFIT crash accidents, for the same period. So we want to look at, in the orange, we have the percentage of CFIT crashes by pilot's age. And then we have gray for pilot age distribution. Looking at the ratio between the crash versus the pilot's age, we're able to see why we decided to use above 60 for our set. Now let us discuss some of the few factors that pilots are already prone to. However, with age, aeromedical factors could increase in severity, making high stress situations in a cockpit tragically unable to overcome. Aging, of course, is a natural process, and the purpose of this study is to identify how we can age gracefully while still doing the things that we love. Make point of the ear diagram to the left. Located, we have an eardrum. In our eardrum, we have cilia, which are tiny hairs processing vibration of sound. Over time, the deterioration of those hairs result in permanent hearing loss. In the airplane, it is extremely loud, and we can only communicate with one another by aviation headset. Pictured on the right, you have a pilot with a Bose aviation headset, which is one of the more expensive aviation headsets due to the noise canceling feature. Most pilots typically start their career around 16 years old in flight training, and they usually don't retire until 65. So it is imperative that you have a protective headset. The only downside to the noise canceling headset is that sometimes it can block out an onset of issues that may arise with the aircraft. If you've ever turned on your car, you know when it just doesn't sound right. It's the same thing for your airplane. While you're flying your airplane, if you hear something that does not sound right, it would prompt you to complete your checklist and go through a flow, which could help prevent some sort of accident or incident. The vestibular system is included in the middle ear anatomy, and this system is primarily responsible for motion, head position, and spatial orientation. So here we have this located on our diagram. It is designed to assist us with our balance and brain process of our position. We do also have tiny hairs, which are stereocilia, processing head movements, in the ear, and that will be processed by the brain. Pilots, of course, are known for wearing shades while flying. And I'll tell you today, it's not just because they want to look cool. Our eyes naturally age, especially as it relates to focusing and fine focusing. Our cornea, which is located at the very beginning of my diagram to the left, does 70 to 80% of the focusing. However, a human's cornea is only as thin as a sturdy sheet of paper, and damages will have adverse effects. Our lens, which is located behind the iris and behind the cornea and behind the iris, in our ciliary muscle, is a clear, our lens have 20 to 30% of the finer focusing, and our lens grows about a layer or so every year, which makes it extremely difficult for the ciliary muscle to contract. So your ciliary muscle is a smooth muscle, and whenever you want to let more light into your eyes or less light, you will have expansion or contraction. When we often look at our pupil, we are literally looking through our eye, as everything in our eye is clear, besides our iris ring and ciliary muscle. Pilots wear shades to protect their eyes from extremely bright white light reflecting from the sun and the clouds, and typically wear red light during nighttime flying to minimize disruption of our rods and cones, which are located in the back of the eye in the retina. Our rods and cones are responsible for shapes, movement, peripheral vision, and color. So let us discuss how all of those things would tie into an accident or an incident. We have some safety recommendations that I'm going to get into. Accidents happen due to a series of unchecked failures, ultimately leading to any mishap. So my purpose of this study is to provide some safety recommendations to mitigate risk and provide a viable solution for pilots aging in the industry. We are currently looking to the left, Reason Swiss cheese model of 1990. The aviation industry uses this safety model to help determine a root cause of the accident. So let us take our previous sample. We identified that the pilot was also the owner of the aircraft, which at the very beginning, you have organizational influence and unsafe supervision. In general aviation, we have already outlined that majority of the flying, or in our case, you could be your owner of your aircraft and the operator, meaning you are solely responsible for making sure the inspections are up to date, for making sure that you have up to date and currency on your training, to identify when you're less proficient in certain areas, and also as it relates to flight planning. When you're making a decision to fly from point A to B, you are gathering all current information for your flight and outlook information based on weather forecasts, etc. For example, with this particular situation with our pilot and other cases just like this, the flight could have extended longer than expected, resulting in the pilot landing closer to nighttime. Now, the pilot was not necessarily current at nighttime. There are certain thought processes that we want to stray away from in aviation. One of they're called hazardous attitudes, and one of them could include you trying to either beat weather or beat time because you know that you might not necessarily meet the requirements, but it might be maybe out of your convenience to go get that additional training. So the unsafe supervision would fall under that as an owner and operator, because no one is there to supervise you in those situations. The preconditions for an unsafe act is considered a latent failure as well. And then once all of those things line up in a Swiss cheese model, then you actually have the active failure or unsafe act. We want to discuss the differences between single resource management and crew resource management. Single resource management is more so used in general aviation, which is pictured to the left, whereas crew resource management is more so used in commercial aviation with 2 pilots or more. When you're in the aircraft by yourself, it is up to you to devise the plan, configure the plane, assess the pilot, brief your passengers, and also program your avionics inside the cockpit. That also includes communicating with air traffic control and anything else that could arise at that time while you're flying. For crew resource management, there is leadership, assertiveness, decision-making, adaptability, communication, situational awareness, and mission analysis. So 2 pilots are devising a plan together and dividing up the task. And typically it is divided in one, a pilot flying and a pilot monitoring. So the pilot flying is responsible for solely flying the airplane, which takes up majority of the safety brain power as far as operating your aircraft. And then the pilot monitoring is the one that calls the checklist, executes the checklist, communicate with air traffic control, and update the avionics. Typically in general aviation, the reason why crew resource management isn't as prominent is because majority of the aircraft are smaller aircraft and single pilot use aircraft. However, majority of those aircraft do still have at least 4 seats for flying. I want us to discuss my recommendation. One of the recommendations that I am currently working on is if pilots are over the age of 65, traveling more than 300 miles, should consider having another current and proficient pilot on board to divide up important tasks that need to be addressed during high stress situations. So this is a recommendation. We try not to get too deep in the weeds about telling pilots what they can and cannot do. It's like if you own your own vehicle or you own your own car, you know, you really don't want someone else telling you when you can drive your car, at what time, and if you should have someone else passenger driving with you. So the purpose is to see if we can make just another safety recommendation that could be an additional checklist item for the pilot to check off. We have a sample flight from Memphis, Tennessee to Atlanta, Georgia, which is roughly around 296 nautical miles. And that's 1 hour flight on a commercial airline, 2.5 to 3 hour flight in a smaller general aviation aircraft, like I showed pictured in the slides before, and a 5 to 6 hour drive in a vehicle. So if you look to the left, this is multiple different weather features added to an electronic flight bag with which pilots use for flight planning. The different colors, they look nice, but it means that there's icing along the route, there's turbulence and high altitudes, turbulence and low altitudes, and IFR weather, meaning cloudy weather. It could be storm weather, but there's reduced visibility along this route. The reason why I picked 300 nautical miles was because you can see from the picture to the right, we are currently in hurricane season, and the way weather affects Florida still affects Georgia, Tennessee, and all of the surrounding areas, Kentucky even. So we have a storm circulating in that area passing through. And I just want to go back and point out hazardous attitudes and one of the other points that I want to make in aviation. A lot of pilots go through an entire career of safe flying. Aviation is one of the safest modes of transportation due to all of the regulations, the checks, and the extensive training. However, sometimes if you have a career of always being safe and nothing has ever happened that was significant enough, sometimes it could diminish your decision making versus younger pilots are typically scared a lot. So younger pilots are very cautious. Most of them are, especially in a flight training environment. There's always supervision. There's always someone double checking behind you. There's always secondary or tertiary checks for those pilots. However, when you're flying for recreational purposes, maybe a flight like this, you could look at it and say, well, maybe if I stay low enough, I probably can dodge that weather. However, when you commit to taking off as a pilot, you're committed to landing, whether that be another airport or an emergency landing. So a pilot deciding to dodge weather or make certain decisions while they're in the air is unsafe. I want to point out the risk management, and we'll continue.
Hi, Zakia, sorry to interrupt. Considering the time, please speed up a little.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Sorry to.
I will continue the research beyond my master's with a PhD, more so focused on the technological advancements for intelligent technology systems. But for now, I hope to provide the safety recommendation feature by the Federal Aviation Administration in the current risk management models. So this is the current risk management model in 2022, so this year. And as you can see, the aeronautical decision-making for the piece that we just discussed, and also certain checklists just to identify if the flight is going to be a hazard, risk, and depending on severity. That concludes my presentation. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you for the presentation. And this is the end of the section 2. And according to the timeline, we have to wait for the referees to score, and we can have a small break and until 12 o'clock, and in the 12 o'clock p.m. and the reward will be announced. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Dr. Fan.
Hey, Dr. Chi.
You got our email, right?
Yeah, we got your email. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Hey, Dr. Mark Mail.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yeah. So Carolina is also here, right?
I'm here.
Okay. Hey, Carolina. So we got okay, pretty much everyone here. So it's great. So we can get started, huh? Okay. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much for your patience. Huh? It took a while for the judges compile all the results, and we also compile the presentation file and everything. Took a while. Sorry, take a bit longer. So so let me say this first, huh? So as we all know, CAMMSE has been addressing the FAST Act research priority area of improving mobility of people and goods. And over the past 5 years, it's been a great pleasure to see that we have a lot of graduate students have been supported by CAMMSE research projects, conducting high quality research work and publishing a great number and variety of journal papers. We also made a lot of wonderful presentations and shared research results and findings on different occasions. Like today, what a fantastic job that you all have done. We had, 11 wonderful presentations. So thank you all for your hard work and awesome presentations again. Now, I want to thank our two great judges again, Mr. Carolina Bomanius. Thank you. And also Dr. Yi Chi for your time and hard work. It's really, I myself served as a judge in the past. It's been stressful. You have to work hard and get everything together, in 10, 15 minutes. So thank you very much again. I really appreciate your time and work. Yeah. So with that, I'm extremely, excited for me to make an announcement of the top 6 student presentation award. So let's start with the 4 third places awards here. Okay. So the number 6 goes to, the first of the 4 third awards. So the slides is here, huh? Okay, so third place, as you can see here, Zarkisha Percy from Texas Southern University. So thank you very much, Zakia. Wonderful presentation. And then the second one of the third place award is Jen from University of Connecticut. And his presentation is an enhanced understanding of a disaster resilience assessment. Okay. And then the third one is through the Mantri. Okay, I believe it's from UConn. So her presentation is analysis of impacts of AV. So thank you for your great work. Yeah. And then we have the fourth of the third place award is Suyash Vishnoy. So from UT Austin. And his presentation is a traffic state estimation of a connected vehicle using second order or Roscar-John traffic models. So thank you very much. So all wonderful presentation, huh? Thank you. So we're going to move on to the next, which is next category is second place awards. So the first one here is, so Olajamoki Omosebi, which is from Texas Southern University. So her presentation is on investigating the impact of airport service technology. Okay, and then the next one is Mr. Quinn Packer from University of Connecticut. So his presentation was pedestrian signal compliance under concurrent and exclusive facing at traffic signals, considering geospatial factors. So thank you again, two great presentations. And last but not least, so we have our first place award winner. And this year's first place award goes to Miss Jennifer Hall. And this is her back-to-back first place award from CAMMSE. Last year, she did a fantastic job. She won the first place award. And this year she did again. So congratulations again, Jennifer. Thank you very much. And her presentation was equity as a criterion for transit service reduction during the COVID-19 pandemic. So you all did a wonderful job. So congratulations again to all the presentation award winners. Thank you. You all did a fantastic job representing CAMMSE. So we will send the gift card later on to all the students here. Our secretary, Miss Kim Wilson, will do that later on, probably in the next week or so. And with that, I would like to conclude the student presentation session. So once again, thank you all. Thank you very much to all the student session moderators, our two great judges, Carolina and Yi, and also the student presenters, and also the award winners for your time and hard work. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Fon.
Thank you. Yeah. Jennifer, congrats. Yeah.
Congratulations, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So along that line, I would like to conclude our 5th annual CAMMSE virtual research symposium. So thanks again to all the keynotes, CAMMSE faculty and student presenters, and all the participants as well. And I hope you all have had a great time with us and enjoy this event. So stay safe, and I hope to see many of you soon at TRB. So thank you very much again, and have a wonderful afternoon and weekend. So go CAMMSE.
Thank you.
Yeah.
God, thank you.
Yeah.
Same to you. Bye now.
Thank you, Wei. Appreciate it. Thanks to
Yeah,
everybody.
thank you, Dr. Makame. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah.
Bye.